Meeting, and I'll ask, any apologies received?
We have got Councillor Dalton, Councillor Foley and Councillor Henderson for early departure.
Good luck with that.
What's early? 5:30?
Okay. Anyone going to prepare to accept that?
Oh.
Thank you, and thank you. Somebody, sod off, come on.
Who was the seconder, sorry? You moved?
Well, I'll second if nobody else will. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, carried. We've got electronic attendance from Baker, Derby and Hills. Anyone do
And
that?
Councillor Walker.
Withdraw mine, I might just sit
You're
here.
here, aren't you?
What's that?
How, what, I can see you.
I'm here now, but I'm leaving later.
Okay, righto.
Okay, yep.
All right, so we'll, and Mixford Walker. All those in favour, oh no, I'll propose that and someone else can second it. Walker. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, carried. Okay. We have several councillors online today. Well, we want them to join. A couple of reminders. Don't look at your phone while you're driving. The meeting is being live webcast. Have your phone turned off, righto. Declarations of interest. None received. Confirmation of minutes. Somebody? Sayers and Deputy. Info. All those in favour? Contrary? Carried. Well done, thank you. Alf. Public input. We've got two requests. There's one from Andrew Body, and who we saw before. What's Punja 30? What does that mean? Punja 13.
Yes, that's correct. That's what it was called.
What was?
It was a declaration by the BID. So he's spoken to the local board about that.
Okay, and who's the other one?
And then, so that was part one. So part two is Mr. Body. We're going to talk to him about the BIDs policy. And then Philippa is going to talk about Woodhill Sands, and that will be taken in the confidential section of the meeting.
Okay, right. Okay, the second part of the request from Andrew Body on the bid policy. He spoke to the board, local board on Tuesday. You got 5 minutes. Where are you, Andrew Body? Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I begin?
You're good to go.
Good to go. Thank you. Thanks for inviting Andrew Reid and myself to talk to you about why the bid policy does not work for an expansion like that at Onehunga and Te Papa. Today, I believe you're looking at the bid policy, the revised bid policy 2025. Closer? Sorry. Bid improvement districts are magic. I like magic. The council waves its wand and public money becomes private money. Bids are not subject to Lagoima, the purview of the Auditor General, or even any administrative process for making complaints under the Incorporated Societies Act. Their success relies on active, competent and interested membership. Active, competent and interested membership. For that reason, the turnout threshold in Auckland Council's bid policy is important. Low turnout, low affiliate interest will lead to failure. Governance won't work. The bid policy has a requirement for a turnout of 25% of those on the eligible voter list. The eligible voter list must identify all businesses in the area. That's all businesses in the area. I refer you to the page from council staff's revised policy that sets out that requirement. I've highlighted in orange the piece. In substance, it's the same as the 2022 policy. Finding the landlords is easy. They're on the council ratepayers' list, register. The problem is that in a large, complex commercial industrial area like Onehunga and Te Papapa, it's really hard to identify all the businesses. Got to identify all the businesses. Businesses are behind locked doors, locked gates. They may sublease properties. They may sublease properties. No one may know they're there or who they are. In the case of the Onehunga bid expansion, Onehunga Business Association claimed that there were only 674 businesses and landlords in the area for the ballot. 200 votes were made, and that makes a turnout of 29.7% above the threshold. However, so far we've identified 760 businesses in the area, businesses and landlords, I beg your pardon, in the expansion area at the time of the ballot. 760, not 674. We haven't finished our work and could well get to 800 businesses, in which case the turnout threshold will not have been met. The vote will not have been, the expansion area will not have been valid. Auckland Council's workaround for this problem appears to us to be to just ignore the rule. Just ignore the rule. This undermines the integrity of the process. It makes it challengeable by people like us. It creates questions as to what other rules staff are ignoring. It undermines the success of the bid policy because bids that proceed shouldn't, because bids proceed that shouldn't proceed. Our recommendation to the governing body is not to agree to council staff's revised bid policy today. Not to agree to it. Don't agree to it. I only agree when the OBA expansion ballot has been independently investigated and reported back to the governing body so that you can understand what happened there and you can reflect that in your consideration of the revised bid policy. Learning from this mistake is important for the integrity of the program. We expect that the investigation following our petition of 1 May to the governing body will lead to recognising the mistake at Onehunga, declaring the expansion invalid, and removing the expansion area because of the mistake before the 25-26 rate is set. We expect that the investigation will lead to enforcing the 25% threshold rule properly for future expansions. Don't let staff not enforce the rules. Thank you, and we're happy to take questions.
Any questions? I'll ask one. You've become a bit of a zealot on this. I pay BID rates in several places and towns, and I find them a very good investment. Why are you so upset? How much extra was it that you had to pay? Do you want a loan?
Look, it varies widely. Why are we here, I guess? Why are we so upset? We haven't been listened to. That's the short answer to that question.
Okay. That's your second shot. No one else has got any questions. Thank you for attending, Miss. Oh, Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, gentlemen. What's the key message? What's the key message you want us to take on board from this presentation this morning?
Don't accept the staff's revised policy today. It's unenforceable. They don't apply the rules properly. Sort out what's happened to Onehunga Business Association first, and then you'll learn a lot, and that puts you into a position to assess staff's proposal properly.
Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
Mine sort of follows on from the Mayor's question. you've obviously invested, judging by the correspondence we've received, a lot of time into this. Is it because you're fundamentally opposed to bids and economic development within communities, or is it just the way that the procedure that has taken place here? I'm curious to know whether you think bids have a role.
It's a great question. I think that bids in some cases they satisfy a need. I think in the case of the expansion of a tiny little retail area in Onehunga to a large, complicated industrial commercial area across Onehunga, Taupapa, it was badly thought out. But I'm also, to be honest, I'm appalled by the lack of listening that's gone on, and approaching this from a principled position. It's just what has happened here is wrong, and we've still got people who will not accept that what they've done is wrong. That's probably the concerning thing right now. Right now, you have to follow on, you have a problem in Onehunga where people are not accepting that they've made a mistake, and they appear to be continuing to do what they did in the first place, which is a mistake.
Thank you.
Councillor Ferry.
Kia ora, thank you. Apologies, I'm online. I'm not well today. So my question was around obviously this expansion vote, right? So if the vote is held again and it passes, what will your response be to that? What happens next?
To be clear, we don't think that we should go much beyond the investigation by the council, the independent investigation by the council of the original ballot, which we think, when it's done properly, we haven't actually heard from the council since the petition was presented on the 1st of May. We think that will confirm the lack of validity of the expansion. But as I said, we had a very energetic response from the Maungakiki Tamaki local board on Tuesday. I'm a Democrat. We had possibly the largest turnout of any bid on the 28th of April to vote down the rate, to reduce the rate. And if people turn up and want to do this or that, that's the democratic voice. But we haven't really had democracy today.
So you'll accept it if there is another vote that accepts expansion?
I don't think there should be another vote until the council responds on the petition. But if the council responds and says, no, we think it was valid after talking to us because we have new information, there's a vote and the vote says, let's continue the expansion area, that's democracy.
So I guess my last question, thank you, Chair, is just sort of the repercussions here seem huge for this business association. And I guess, how will you sort of feel about it, I guess, if the association can't continue at all because of this situation?
It's a good question. I'm wondering about the solvency of the association at the moment. I think that they've done things and entered into commitments that may create an issue. But the most important thing in Onehunga is not the Onehunga Business Association. It's people getting on and living their lives and doing business. What we have in Onehunga, Te Papapa, Penrose, Mount Wellington, Panmure, as I call it, it's the gem of business in Auckland. It employs a lot of people, and having high rates is not good for it.
I do note that they had the largest fall in retail sales in the last couple of months, so while all this is going on, so perhaps it's not working too well. Councillor Sayers.
Yes, first of all, thank you, gentlemen, for coming in and talking to us and fielding the questions. My question is based on experience. Very similar situation happened in Warkworth, where there was a business association that wanted to become a bid. And basically the retailers in town were contributing to the association. But when it looked to expand to include the industrial area, there was a lot of kickback from the industrial owners, including the tenants, because they saw the advantages of a bid focusing on retail, on the retail in the centre rather than any advantage to themselves. Yet they were on the formula, the cost formulas they were going to pay, because their properties are very expensive, very high contributions into that bid. They ended up resolving that, and it was more equitable. I think it was a flat fee, kind of went across the industrial area in the end to get it across the line and get their votes. So I just want to reflect on that. If that's a similar situation, is that argument being put forward in your case, or is it not such a kickback from the industrial landowners in terms of the retailers being the primary beneficiaries in their eyes?
We think that there are over 800 landlords and businesses, unique landlords and businesses in the Onehunga Tapapapa area that was in the expansion area. And 220, we're told by OBA, it still hasn't produced the minutes for the meeting, that 221 people came to the meeting. So 221 businesses and landlords were represented, and 150 odd, sorry, I haven't got the number in front of me, voted to vote the rate down. I think there's a lot of concern about value for money. I may or may not be answering the question, but really about value for money and about whether the process was correct or not.
Andrew, could I just ask in terms of how you've been able to source those businesses and find the ones that weren't on the database of Auckland Council, what's the learning there so Auckland Council could make sure their database was up to scratch, not just in your area, but in the future bid?
That one. Yeah, it's basically we walked door to door, meeting the people, talking to the people, and to help with your idea of a flat rate, I believe in the policy the maximum is $900. It wouldn't actually, because Onehunga is unusually split, you have one really, really very large retail tenant Dressmart, it would be a major advantage for them only to pay $900, but it also, the Onehunga Business Association, if everyone only paid $900, I don't think would meet the $120,000 threshold to be a bid. Yes, you could have a combination of rate and flat rate, but it would also, the large commercial ones would be disadvantaged in favour of the smaller retail ones by the services. And Onehunga, because I've been a member of the old bid, and I will remain because I have businesses inside the old and I've got businesses inside the new area, it becomes a rather strange mix. The Onehunga Business Association has been for years a retail association, and it's struggling to change or meet meaningful value for the people outside it. It doesn't work for that reason, I believe.
Thank you very much for your answers.
Okay, that's it. Thanks very much, and we'll receive what you've offered and consider it. Thank you. Moved and seconded by Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Walker. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, thank you very much for that. There is a further public input from Philippa Fury about Woodhill Sands, but seeing as that's being discussed in public excluded part of the meeting, we will hear her input in the public excluded part of the meeting, if that's all right.
Can we do that as well, please?
I do have to have approval for two more electronic attendances. Councillors Turner and Ferry have. Thank you very much, Councillor Williamson and Councillor Leone. In favour, aye. Contrary, never. Carried. So, a risk there from listening to you, Councillor Ferry, before you were actually allowed to be there, but it was an excellent input. Thank you. No extraordinary honours. Status update on action decisions from the governing body. Item 7. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Sayers. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, carried. Right, we've got Phil and Ross who are going to give us the quarterly financial update.
Let's report first.
Hey?
Their update first and then the quarterly report.
Well, that's a quarterly report, which is a financial update. So it's interesting in this great pile of papers which came out this week that there's some quite good stuff in there. What do I have in there? That's in that one there.
Item 8.
Yeah, well, I've found it here, financial quarterly report. Off you go.
Okay, Morena, kia ora koutou councillors. I'll kick us off, and I'm suspecting the Mayor has a question or point. Is that for this one or for the quarterly report?
In either case, given what we heard some funny stuff yesterday, so for those of you who managed to plough through a lot of stuff, there's a very good statement of financial performance in attachment B, which on simple things showed us to be a turnover of 8 billion, just so that you've got these figures in your head, and our debt is 13 billion. So we're only 1.6 times our turnover in debt. So if you were the average house, the average person earning 100,000 a year, and your debt was only 160,000 a year, you'd feel quite comfortable, because there were a lot of people out there with mortgages of several hundred thousand on 100,000. So just in case those people who felt bad about that. And then our asset base is 77.6 billion, and our debt's 30. It's only 17% of debt to equity. So again, if you've got $1 million house, you would only be allowed to owe $170,000 to be in a similar position. A lot of people owe a hell of a lot more than that on their $1 million house. So just at a simple level, for those people who are not terrifically good at numbers, it's pretty good shape. The average household would have been very happy to be in the shape that we are, and the government wouldn't believe that they could get into the shape that we are. So just when people tell you how terrible things are, they're actually pretty bloody good. I just wanted to sort of point that out for you. So it's an item 9 there in case you finding it a bit hard to find your way through all the bits and pieces. But now, give us the update there, Chief Executive and Group Financial Officer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That is indeed good, although I will demonstrate to you our ongoing and deep commitment to financial discipline in the organisation, notwithstanding. So, I'm going to start with recovery this month, just to give you a sense of how things are tracking there. The number of buyouts completed has now reached 735. In total, there are 800 buyout offers accepted, and 60 more in addition at sale and purchase stage, with offers being considered. So further progress, as you would expect. We are on track for completion in I'm trying to remember the precise time frame. We are obliged to crack through this and have the buyouts completed. I shouldn't have opened that door. I can't remember the precise date. Anyway, we're on track, and that is actually a condition of our agreement with government. There are 200 of the dwellings that we've purchased now having been removed, and for your interest, between a third and a quarter of those have been able to be relocated So that sort of waste minimisation / housing outcome with the reuse of those properties is coming along quite well. I also note that now 90% of all of the transport projects remediating roads that were damaged, etc., are now complete, and all of the key ones, the most material of the damaged roads, are now complete. So that's good. I wanted to touch on when I spoke to you a month ago. I identified what I thought was a need for us to continue educating the community about risks and preparedness and what support or not council might be in a position to provide in the future. Just to say that we've done quite a bit of work on that in the intervening month. I do sort of commend to you the resources that are already available and the utility of the flood viewer. If you have a look in that area, you'll see quite a bit and growing sort of resource material that helps the community understand risk and provides guidance about how to deal with things. But there is more work to do. So today I can tell you that later in June we will be launching a campaign to ramp up the level of awareness around this and for some additional resources to be available. I won't say more than that, but we'll take you through it in due course so you can see what's being communicated to the community. And I'm not wanting to sort of invite us to go down further into some of the discussion from yesterday about property developments and risks and what have you. I just wanted to signal that the executive team is discussing this tomorrow, that we have absolutely heard some of the advocacy that we need to look at this in terms of consenting. As was discussed yesterday, we've been through this quite thoroughly in committee, but I know there's a residual concern, so we're looking at it. Moving to the CCO changes, so the decisions at a detailed level in terms of how the structures will operate for the Eke Panuku related functions, the property related functions, the event related functions, those decisions are, and economic development, those decisions are now all made and we're moving to implementation. The new structures will be live for 1 July. What remains to be done is for some of the senior positions to be populated, as is normal in a change process. So we're all on track for that go live at the end of June for 1st of July. In the transport space, we will be having a further workshop with you on the 11th of June. We have been in discussion or actively working with Auckland Transport. They will be there in the room for that discussion with you on the 11th of July, the focus of which will be areas in which we can go early in terms of any changes to be made. I need to tell you that the indications are that the enabling legislation is probably further delayed. It was originally to be May, June, then July, and now we understand it could be later again. Yes, yes, Your Worship. So what's important is that because of the work that needs to begin in terms of the next iteration of the Regional Land Transport Plan, that we crack into that work in an agreed collaborative fashion with Auckland Transport, probably in advance of when we're likely to see the draft legislation, let alone the final form of it. Moving to service performance, I'm not going to labour this. The numbers are pretty stable in terms of visitation and performance levels for the quarter, and I'm not going to go into too much detail because we've got a separate report on the agenda. I just acknowledge that the volumes are still high. 1.96 million library visits for the quarter, 2.4 million pools and leisure visits for the quarter. The aggregate customer satisfaction for council services, so this is a bundle of council services, has increased from 75% satisfaction to 78%, so we're tracking in the right direction there. And actually, that improvement's been preserved beyond the quarter in the April results, so I'm pleased with that. Interestingly, satisfaction with animal management has improved, is now 71%, and that's the highest it's been since 2021. That needs to be looked at in the context of what we know is an ongoing challenge in that space. Councillor Bartley's very aware of this, chairing the regulatory committee, but just to confirm, the approach here is quite a fulsome and sophisticated strategy. It comprises increasing education, stronger enforcement and compliance activity. We do need some strategies to deal with simply dog numbers and to see those trending down, and that goes to the discussion we're going to need to have about desexing initiatives in the region, and then in terms of the kennel capacity, the holding capacity of our pounds. So there is a report coming shortly that will talk to this. I'm quite keen that we keep this very front of mind, both for management, but also for yourselves as elected members. That's the kind of nature of this issue in our community. I think it's very real and deserving of our focus. Keeping going, resource consents. I wanted to mention an increase month on month of about 8% in terms of resource consents lodged. So that's an indicator of development activity. So 1,442 in March, rising to 1,557 new resource consents lodged in April, an 8% increase. I mentioned, but won't go into the detail, the fact that and Councillor Watson was asking me about this recently, the Citizens Insight Monitor has been completed and it will be reported to you shortly. I can tell you that there is some good news in there. For example, there are a full 10% fewer people dissatisfied with council than previously. So the trajectory is good, but we've still got a lot of work to do in this space. Best I leave it till we've got the full report in front of you for discussion in due course. Yeah, and that, and by the way, that 10% fewer people dissatisfied with council in a year is actually a really quite impressive improvement, and 14% fewer in a 3-year trend. I'm not trying to gloss it up too much. We've got a lot of work to do still, as I say. Good news, other good news. I'll just reel a few things off here. Corporate Property and Savoury Construction won a gold award at the New Zealand Master Building Association Awards for the redevelopment work in the Manukau Civic Centre. Westhaven Marina was the runner-up in the International Marina of the Year Awards announced recently. One of our good Parks people, Hal Davies was awarded the Parks Person of the Year in that area's recent awards. Kaipariki Reserve, which is the the Kaipariki Reserve, which is the co-governed reserve out of Parakai, won the Healthy Park Award for 2025. And what else have I got? And in the stormwater space, the project to redo the outfall at Ports of Auckland won Project of the Year at the recent Stormwater Industry Conference. And Sarah Nolan in the Stormwater and Healthy Waters won the Young Stormwater Professional of the Year award. So some nice little bits of acknowledgement in terms of recent projects and some of our people. Something to warm councillors Fletcher and Lee's heart, the release of Kiwi from Ponui Island onto Waiheke, and a record 277 hihi stitchbirds fledged on Tiritiri Mātangi, the highest number. Yes. Just trying to share the love here, Councillor Walker. Oh, yes. Yeah, December for the completion of the buyout program. Almost there. I did want to, I'm going to show you a 1-minute video. Sandra's going to cue it up now. Just while she's doing that, I wanted to shamelessly plug and invite you to support me in terms of a fundraising effort with the City Mission. I'm involved in something called the Cook-Off, where a number of chief executives do a dinner at St Matthew's for, I think, 180 people. So there's an opportunity, if you're inclined, to support me with that, with the proceeds going to the City Mission, which, as you know, we support in a number of ways, and this being an additional opportunity. Sandra.
Exercise Manaaki is the largest emergency relief welfare exercise that's ever been conducted in New Zealand. For Auckland, this is an outstanding opportunity for us to work with over 40 partners and civil defence groups from across the country. We are opening 7 civil defence centres that are fully operational, and we have our emergency coordination centre with partners supporting the operation.
We've been working out in CDCs around the region and making sure that within those locations we can do the things we need to do, we can support the people we need to do, needs assessments, etc. Then we feed that back into our emergency coordination centre, and that's where we've got a team of people who work in different functions looking at how we can support our communities.
What we learn in these situations is whether the processes and procedures that we have in place will really work in an event situation. So today, we looked at a severe weather event, but the procedures and processes that we have in place and that we were practicing today are equally applicable to many other different scenarios.
Within the ECC and around the floor, you would have seen great examples of collaboration, and that may be round tables, it may be in front of whiteboards, it may be in front of some of the equipment and the tools that we use. So a fantastic way to get all of that happening as well.
We just really want to thank everybody who's given up their time, both in the preparation and the participation for today, in helping us test these processes and procedures. Work like this is absolutely invaluable to make sure that we are well prepared and well placed to serve our Auckland communities in a time of any disaster.
Yeah, so look, I just wanted to flag that with you. It's part of an ongoing program of you know, to activate in a simulation situation, obviously, but for us to practice the craft of emergency management. And as you might have noted right at the start of that, that's the biggest single welfare-related exercise in emergency management ever conducted. So,
thank you for that.
And
Ross?
Just, Your Worship, the Deputy Mayor's mentioned to me that Motat won a prestigious international award as well for the digital simulation in the aviation hall, so don't want to miss them out. Apologies.
Okay. Okay, good morning everyone. So in terms of financial updates, so obviously annual plan, you agreed the budget for the annual plan yesterday, so staff will now go away and turn that into financial projections, financial statements and budget documents for you to adopt at the end of June, alongside striking the rates for next year, which will be based around the 5.8% residential rates increase you agreed yesterday. Other things that are new, so yesterday Reserve Bank reduced official cash rate by 0.25%, so largely as expected. They did include in their monetary policy statement predictions, but there's quite a lot of uncertainty. They mentioned uncertainty many times, and there's a couple of different scenarios, one that has high rise in inflation due to the tariff situation, and another one has global recessionary impacts due to the tariffs and therefore reduced inflation. So they kind of said inflation might be higher, might be lower, and therefore interest rates might go up or might go down. So really highlighting lots of uncertainty in that picture going forward. So the movement itself was expected. We're well hedged, but I guess it just does signal the need to monitor that ongoing global uncertainty in the financial world. In terms of savings, so this month we reported to the Rev Committee about the achievement of the 66 million savings target and how that was achieved 3 months ahead of schedule. So there's still now work ongoing for next year's saving. So 50% of those savings roughly was ongoing, and the other 50% was one-off. So we'll need to find replacement savings next year, plus the target gets bigger in line with long-term plan predictions by about 20 million, and there's another 8 million gap we need to find. So we're confident, and there's good progress working away on those things, but it is challenging to meet those kind of tough savings targets. In terms of the financial picture for the month, so things sort of remain, similar trends, all pretty favourable. Group capex was 3.1 billion delivered year to date by the end of April. So that was 94% of budget. With Auckland Transport at 89% of budget, and Watercare delivering 78% of budget. So a little bit lower than the 94%, but that was offset by the buyouts. 595 million, so just under 600 million buyouts completed over the course of this financial year to date. In terms of revenue expenditure, group revenue was largely in line with budget. What we saw was lower water charges and ongoing lower public transport revenues as a result of lower than expected patronage. So it's a sort of slower recovery and the rail disruptions kicking in there. So water volumes, public transport volumes are down, those revenue lines are down, and that's basically been offset by higher consenting volumes within Auckland Council. So overall revenue in line with budget. On the expenditure side, a favourable picture. So basically 3% below budget for the group year to date. It's 114 million ahead of budget, and a range of different things driving that. Some of that's the Waikato contracts, so the water contracts with Waikato, less expenditure there, some lower technology-related costs, a little bit less repairs and maintenance, and some lower public transport costs. So because of less patronage, less services, means a little bit less running costs there. So those things add up to 114 million. So net overall with revenue and expenditure is 122 million favourable to budget across the group for the period to the end of April. In terms of debt, as the Mayor said, 13.9 billion to that point, end of April. Debt to revenue was 250%, which is in line with budget. Will drop down to about 220% next year when Watercare comes out of the numbers, and debt to assets at 17.6%. So broadly, things are on track and all looking pretty favourable. Happy to take any questions.
A few. Councillor Sayers first, please.
Yes, first of all, thank you, gentlemen, for the update. And Phil, I always enjoy your updates. And yes, I'll pledge some money into your cook-off. A couple of questions, Phil, around your presentation, particularly perhaps to do with the flood viewer. And you were talking about the comms strategy and that you're meeting an executive team tomorrow to discuss a few things. I'm just wondering if this might be helpful in those discussions and what maybe should be going out, because there are, with the changes with the flood viewer, there are properties that weren't within flood-prone areas that suddenly will find themselves inside one, and people will be scratching their heads, what does that mean in terms of my property value, etc. I just wonder if that should be somehow mentioned or ticked off in the comms. And also, I just wondered if the exec team should be discussing how they want to communicate, maybe in this, on the same topic around how council can't stop people at the moment building within inside flood-prone areas, because there's such high public interest around it. You might want to try and educate and part of your communication awareness program. Resource consenting. Now, and I know that we've perhaps had an improvement in the satisfaction index there. However, I don't know how other councils are finding things, but I get a lot of feedback around our consenting area and the clearance rates. And the so what's your impression about, what's your thoughts about our public perceptions around our clearance rates of our resource consents? And maybe tied into that question, what are we doing to lower the number of RFIs we have to send out there? So that seems to be a lot of the feedback, RFI after RFI after RFI, the clock starting, certainly longer than the statutory requirement in a straight timeline. So is there any artificial intelligence? Is there any way to put in gateways in the portal that they make their applications through to try and qualify a resource consent application in advance so these RFIs don't happen so frequently? So I guess I'm really kind of interested in your thoughts as the CE around if you think that is an issue, and if you think more attention needs to be applied in that area. Did you want to answer that? I do have a couple of other questions.
Look, it's probably, we're probably in slightly more detailed territory than makes sense here. Maybe I'd be happy to follow up. Perhaps Megan and I could meet with you afterwards. In general terms, yeah, the satisfaction levels in this area are actually reasonably good. 75% satisfaction with resource consent processes, and the clearance rates in terms of statutory compliance with the time limits are also quite good. I think what we hear is quite a lot of noise from a minority, and I'm not minimising it. I'm just saying that not everyone has that experience, and of course you hear from the ones where there are concerns. To your point about, AI is a tool, but to your point about solving problems right up front in the quality of the application, there is quite a bit of work that goes into that, both in terms of building and resource consents. Should we minimise the number of times that the clock stops and requests for information go back? Yes, we could, but it's directly related to the extent to which original applications meet the requirements. So it is a focus area for the team now and should continue to be.
Well, thank you for your answer, Phil. That's helpful. Yeah. That video around the civil defence, etc. So that's great. It's terrific to see that happening. I was just curious about how frequent that occurs. Is that an annual thing, or is it ongoing? Will there be more of those practice runs?
Oh, there's there have been a number in the last 6 to 12 months. That was a particularly significant one that I wanted to highlight. But yes, there is a formal program, and they're just refining that now. And increasingly, they will be multi-agency some of them at least will be multi-agency, so that we're bringing in fire and emergency and the police and other players to make sure that, you know, interagency collaboration really works seamlessly.
Very good, that's terrific. And perhaps my last questions to Ross, just having confidence around the staff costs and against budget for both the parent and the group, how they're tracking it within budget, or are there any red flags in that area?
Yes, so they're tracking well. We're not seeing any issues with staff costs. There is across the group, it was a 3% favourable movement. Across the group. So overall, current year staff costs are tracking well against budget.
Thank you for that, Councillor Foley, please.
Kia ora, thanks Chair, and thanks Phil for that. Really positive report, I think, especially in terms of animal management, and really good to hear that we're doing better in terms of how our community is seeing us and receiving us. I do want to ask a question though around, you know, and you highlighted that we do need to do more in terms of education and increasing enforcement, de-sexing, for example, and I know the local boards are looking at ways to do more in that space, but of course they're struggling with their very limited budgets, and it's still a huge issue in Manukau and in other South Auckland areas as well. So my question around that is, because we've been able to find money, unallocated money, as we heard yesterday, for other things, we seem to magically be able to find $500,000 here and there. Is there any extra funding? Because we have that extra money allocated and our proactive teams are good, and I've seen them based at the Manukau Civic Building, even working on Sundays, which is great. But we know they're still not able to actually get across all of the problem areas and other parts of Auckland, which still need those proactive teams to come out and do the work. So is there any extra funding at all? Are we able to find some extra money to put into that to support our hotspots, but also other areas? Kia ora.
I mean, the answer is not easily, but actually it is. I mean, it's a discipline we should have in the organisation all the time. If we've got a pressing need somewhere, you know, is there an opportunity to reprioritise from some other activity, some other aspect of compliance, which is in the round also quite stretched. So I'm doubting it sort of within the wider department that we're talking about, but I'm happy to have a look at it. I did reference the fact of us wanting to bring a report through to you shortly that talks to this whole area, logically to Councillor Bartley's committee in the first instance, but it does have some wider policy implications. So I think maybe that might be the right time to have a talk about resourcing. I do acknowledge with gratitude the fact that there was additional budget provided for through the LTP last year, and you're starting to see the benefits of that come through now. I also know there's been quite a bit of staff turnover in the animal management area, and it's reaching a point of getting more stable. So there will be incremental improvements in any event without needing to put necessarily more budget in there. Hope that helps.
Kia ora, definitely, and I look forward to that work. Thanks, Phil. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks. We did actually put $5 million extra into that to carry it last year and to carry on each year. So we have actually responded already pretty well. But you're right, and there are some possible litigation changes that we can do to help with that, which Councillor Bartley's were helping a lot with. The next person is Councillor Darby, please.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Chief Executive. Just in your acknowledgements, Chief Executive, I might have missed it, but did you acknowledge Eke Panuku's award for architecture at the Auckland Awards? Did you pick that one up? Maybe not.
I possibly didn't. I did in relation to the West Haven Marina, which of course is theirs as well.
Yeah. they won an Auckland Architecture Award for the Karanga Plaza changing sheds, a pretty unique design in the lee of the hotel there. And I invite people to have a look at it. I'm mentioning it because it's the last award that will be under the Eke Panuku name, now that it's coming into council. Eke Panuku have not just received one award a year, they've received multiple awards from the industry body, the New Zealand Institute of Architects. They're regular recipients for their excellence in architecture, or at least commissioning architecture. The awards themselves are for the architects, but they're for the projects that come from the commissioning body, which is Eke Panuku. And they've received multiple awards from the national body, both national and regional awards. Because it is the last award that named CCO will receive, and you know my position on absorbing Eke Panuku into the culture of the council and away from its excellence in design and town planning, urban design, I'm making the point. The question I have for you at paragraph 18, there's reference to council and the St James, I think it's paragraph 18, arriving at agreement on the development agreement. I'll just bring it back up. Sorry, paragraph 16, St James Theatre update. I understood that agreement was of three parties, the council, the landowner and the Crown. Can you update us on any other changes there? And is it actually a development agreement that has now been landed firmly with both other parties, both St James and the Crown?
Councillor, I'll have to come back to you on that. I haven't got it in front of me, I'm afraid. Yeah, I mean, the funding agreements principally between us and the Crown with some conditionality on the private investment. Might be best if I circulated the most recent paperwork to you, which is appropriate to do.
Okay, that'd be good. And the final question is on Auckland Transport's well promoted in the private sector public transport incentive scheme, and of course this council wants to grow public transport patronage, and it's actually put the heat back on Auckland Transport through the SOI to maintain its trajectory rather than weaken it, despite us providing it with a lower level of funding. It's a scheme called Fair Share, which incentivises staff to take public transport. Auckland Transport offers a 25%, no, it offers a subsidy to its staff, and it has seen a big lift in public transport usage by its staff. And in the private sector, in the partners that it is engaged with, it has seen a 30% growth in public transport patronage in the partnering companies, a strong response. Now, I understand that your office is engaged with seeing the Auckland Council core group offer Fair Share to all our staff, be it a Monday to Friday or Monday to Sunday and whatever subsidy level, to further incentivise the uptake of public transport from this council. It is proven a little bit odd when Auckland Transport go to the corporate sector and they might ask a question, what is Auckland Council doing about offering Fair Share, and we're not. So can you just give us an outline as to the pathway to delivering Fair Share for our many thousands of staff to incentivise their public transport travel?
Yes, thanks, Councillor. I have discussed this with Dean Kimpton, and I'm aware of Auckland Transport having implemented this. I have said to staff in the organisation that I'm supportive of us doing an implementation at our end as well. Why? Because two reasons. I agree that there's a sort of question of, I suppose, moral leadership for the city if we are looking to get private employers subscribed to the scheme. It does look a bit odd if we're not in the tent supporting it as well. And secondly, and obviously, we do want to drive up public transport usage in terms of the staff commuting thing. There is a third reason, which is, in my reckoning, and there's some research to back this up, for the dollar that we spend on a scheme like that, we actually get more than $1 back in terms of goodwill commitment from staff and what have you. The caution for me is that we're in discussions right now as we speak with the Public Service Association over wage settlements, salary movements, terms and conditions more generally. And I did not think it was wise to subscribe to the cost of fair share right at this moment until I'm clear what our freeboard is coming out of those discussions. If we're in a position to afford to implement it without compromising our careful management of staff costs, then I absolutely want to go there because I think it's the right thing to do. But it's I won't get into the employment contract renegotiation sort of domain too much here, but I'm looking at the costs in that context in terms of the wider staff vote.
So and thank you. I really appreciate that comprehensive reply and positive outlook on it, on the fair share scheme being available to our staff. Is there maybe a 3-month period there'd be greater certainty, or is it 1 month?
We'll have some clarity within, I think, 1 to 3 months. So for staff who are watching this, I'm not promising it. I'm just saying that in good faith, we're looking carefully at it. We've done quite a bit of work to model what the costs might be. So I know what we'd be up for. I just need to make sure responsibly that it will work within our staff budgets.
Thank you. That's very positive. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Darby. You'll be pleased to know that I came in the bus today doing my little bit to help lift the thing. And as far as Iki Panuku, those bloody changing sheds, that reflected badly on the architects. They're the worst changing sheds I've ever changed in. But they won an award. And Councillor Henderson.
Thank you. This might be one of the most soft, ridiculous questions of the term, but I'm actually interested in the answer. Look, I'm just noticing the strong attendance figures for libraries and swimming pools, the net promoter scores going through the roof. People are loving council services in greater number. Do you have any explanation for why this trend is occurring? What are we doing differently?
Well, I think the experience that people have of those services is pretty positive in the round, and the staff work really hard to make that the case. I think the community's ascribing a particular value to things they can access at the moment when economically things are a bit tight and they can't afford other options. Realistically, I think that's part of the picture as well. So, more people are using these and valuing them as a consequence, if I had to speculate. But I think at the core of it, we're doing quite a good job with it. I thought you were going to ask me about the state of origin.
That was my next question, but I'll save it. Now, look, I won't speak, but just to acknowledge all of our staff that work in the public sector here in council. It's a success for them to see those results, and I think they should be really proud of that. It's awesome. I do have just one more question. It's around consenting. It's a little bit complicated. I'm trying to phrase it right, but just getting a little bit of negative feedback, not in terms of timing, but in terms of going back to people applying for consents over and over, asking for different adjustments that were not picked up the first time, and that's pushing things out. So it's it's a bit of a detailed gripe, but I'm actually getting quite a few complaints about it at the moment. So just want to raise that with you, and if there's been any sort of word around the traps and why that might be?
Look, this relates to Councillor Sayer's question as well. I think I'm happy to take that away, and we'll have Megan and I and others will have a discussion about it, rather than me making an ill-informed comment now.
That's cool. Thank you so much. Thanks, Mayor.
Very positive. Councillor Fletcher, please.
Oh, thank you. Firstly, may I acknowledge the way in which you publicly conduct yourself and the sense of service in your leadership. I think it reflects really well on council. So I appreciate that. I have 3 questions. The first relates to what independent legal advice has been made or will be made available to elected members. We have a lot of challenges ahead of us with Plan Change 78, the qualifying matters, the integrated intensification, and what I find are just an extraordinary number being modelled on enabled dwellings. So I really feel, given that this will have more impact on anything else I can think of that will shape the city into the future, I'd just like to know that we will have all of the information. This is in no way to denigrate the very good in-house legal counsel that we have. I don't wish this to be seen in any way disrespectful, but I think planning is very complex, and we will require, I think, the most senior planning minds in the country to give us advice on those areas that we potentially might push back on. But I don't want you to go into detail on that today, but I'd just like to be assured from the CEO that you will ensure that elected members, it's not one that you can delegate. I think this is for you personally. I want to know that you will ensure, to support the democratic processes of this council, that we will have the best independent legal advice we possibly can on this matter.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, I'm happy to answer. Really, if Megan has anything to add, then I'd welcome her as well. We will ensure that you've got high quality advice to support you through that process, to the extent that that then requires independent legal advice. Presumably you mean by one of our regular suppliers who work with us in the planning space, then yes. You are right though, we do have a lot of experience and expertise, both in terms of planning and the legal dimensions in-house. So that will be our first port of call, complemented by others as needed to make sure that you're satisfied.
I think given that, planning over recent years, it's felt like a regular assault on council, and sometimes fresh eyes can approach things in a fresh way. We're all a bit punch drunk by the continuing pressure coming to bear on us from governments collectively. So I would like to discuss that perhaps further. We can take it to a meeting, a subsequent meeting. I don't intend to relitigate the lengthy discussions that we had around the Puketapapa area, but I take comfort from what you have offered today in terms of the information that will be pulled together to support that community, and I appreciate that. I'm wanting to know if that information is coming out in June, that it's probably not advisable to have more public meetings because it just re-traumatizes people unless we have clear, fresh information to give to them.
I tend to agree with the caveat that I think if the community organises and wants council to be present to answer questions, then I'm not going to refuse that. And to the credit of the Healthy Waters and other teams, they've been very willing to turn out for those. So, I accept that's part of sometimes the part of helping address people's concern is just to feel heard. So, yeah.
I appreciate that. I've got a bit of a complaint, and that is that I had requested prior to the government's budget last week that anything that would have implications for Auckland be made available to us from staff. The first that I knew of what I think is just the most short-sighted decision I've ever seen was a newsroom on Monday morning of the government's decision to scrap Predator-Free New Zealand. And why I raise that is that it has a huge impact on us. And I note the joy in which you raise the successful translocation of Kiwis from Ponui Island to Waiheke. And that was a specific project with Predator-Free New Zealand that could not have taken place. And it was a joint effort with the Auckland Council, and we've got projects out on Kawau at the moment, as you know. We've got projects on Aotea, Great Barrier. I am just amazed that for the $3 million that they might save on admin, the whole purpose of Predator-Free New Zealand was for both the public and private lands and the co-funding that can come from sponsors, where I know that the target of 165 million by Predator-Free New Zealand in terms of co-sponsorship was met. So for the life of me, I cannot understand. But why I'm raising it with you now, and I'm furious over it, is it is going to be up for submissions to the government, because the decision is to transfer it into DOC. If it goes to DOC, the assumption is that all that funding will come from the public purse, and it completely kills a lot of the scientific research. You know, if you're looking to address the most serious mammalian pests, it's stoats, rats, and possums. And a lot of the science now that they're using in terms of predator programs that have enabled Waiheke to actually have kiwi again, we're going to lose all of that. So I want to know what submissions we are going to make. And, you know, not that we want to offend government all the time on everything, but this is something perhaps people would want to slip it under the carpet and say this is not a particularly big issue. I think the eradication of stoats and possums and rats across this region are actually quite significant going into the future. And I'd like to know that there will be some seriousness in the way that this submission will be prepared and addressed, and without fear of any retribution from any government.
Yeah, no, look, we'll support you in submitting. I think the first thing to do is I need to get more information about exactly what the process is and timeframes and what have you, and then obviously it's your decision whether to submit and what you want to say. I share some of your concern. I won't get into the politics of it, but we'll support you to do that.
Why were we not told about this, given we have people who were analysing the budget? And why did it take me reading Newsroom at 6 a.m. on a Monday morning to find out something that was very important to me for Auckland Council?
I think I understand the simple reason is that it was not very prominent and we didn't see it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Deputy Mayor Simpson, please.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Because a large part of this report is about our economic update, I'd just like to ask you a few questions, and you might ask Gary if he wants to come and join you. But you did mention the official cash rate reduction yesterday of 25 basis points, which of course is different to what you wrote in the report because you didn't know what we all thought it was, but you weren't sure. So I suppose my question is, if you look at the 4 points that you cover under the economic update for Auckland, it's not a good picture, is it? You know, our card spending was down 4.8%, larger than the national rate. Our employment in Auckland fell by 1.1%, again, larger than the national decrease of 0.7%. So my question is, my first question is, how do you think the official cash rate will impact the decrease will impact Aucklanders? And my second question is, in the report you say 60% of mortgages will be refinanced at lower rates within 6 months and potentially 80 in 12 months. Will that help Aucklanders in this time of fiscal challenge?
Thank you, Councillor. Your question is a good one. Yes, you're correct. The decision yesterday to lower the official cash rate by 25 basis points will be supportive of economic activity in the economy. As the report noted, we're expecting a couple of cuts this year. I think the updated forecasts that were released by the Reserve Bank yesterday imply at least another cut or two, and that's partly because conditions, the outlook, it's a bit weaker than expected, and part of that's due to global conditions where the uncertainty is higher because of tariff rate settings in the United States. And so the cut yesterday will be supportive of rates being lower. We've seen some movement in commercial bank rates overnight, some announcements yesterday, and so we would expect that that would flow through to, as you say, the resetting of mortgages listed there, 60% within the near term. That would free up money that would otherwise go from household budgets into servicing those mortgages. They'll be able to use it for consumption and for some spending that otherwise wouldn't happen. And then that flows through, of course, into business confidence and business investment decisions.
So in essence, you're hopeful that things are actually getting better for Aucklanders? We should see activity pick up later this year. What we're really dealing with is short-term fluctuations. Unfortunately, this has been a downturn and quite a notable one. But we have to always think about the downturn is usually followed by an upturn, and there's a record of Auckland sometimes feeling or being a bit more sensitive to the downturns, but also doing a bit better in the upturns. And so this information is really made available to you to inform your near-term decision making. But standing back from that, it's really the primary responsibility for the stability in the economy sits with the Reserve Bank through the official cash rate, and to some extent the government with its tax system and social welfare safety net has a role in stability as well. And Auckland's council's role with respect to economic activity, it's more about those enabling functions to enable urban economy to be productive over the medium term. So I hope that context helps. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And Councillor Newman.
Thank you, Your Worship. Gary, I certainly hope that we'll see at least one more cut in the OCR this year and that the banks will pass it on if they haven't already priced it. But progress there. Phil, a comment and a question from me. Firstly, the comment, I'm now aware of the kind of numbers that Annual Management are working towards as part of their business casing for building more resilience into their business as usual moving forward around future desexing work. And what I want to say, and I think the Mayor needs to be aware of this as well, is that I do support making permanent some of those improvements that will be required in Annual Management. I do think if it requires, because this has to be rate funded, I don't think there's a heck of a lot more that can be taken out of dog registrations and licensing. So I just want to give indication, I'm not sure if I'll be back, but if we had this conversation in the future, it does need to start at Councillor Bartley's committee, but it will need to inform a future budget, which I want to express my support for. With respect to development contributions, we're going to see a paper later today about DCs. I just want to get your assurance. Recently we had a long and I think a largely unfunded conversation about the open space plan. I've been meeting with the DC's team, Andrew Duncan, and they're aware of what we're talking about this afternoon. I want to have your assurance that the people that are designing that open space policy and the PCF teams are going to be providing all of that information in a timely way so that this can quickly inform updates to the development contributions policy, because unless some of that work that has been done at a policy level around parks and open spaces feeds through to DCs to change the policy soon, we're not going to be charging developers their fair share. And I want the team to start in my ward in Papakura, because that's where a lot of the growth is. But we need to get that information about the open space plan to inform the DC's policy so that we can consult on it. I think that's going to need your support, because some of the numbers that will come out of that will be quite confronting and developers will not like it. But I think that it does need political support and also needs yours.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. I understand the point you're making. I'm not sure I'm able to, without having a look at exactly what work's required and the timing of things, give the assurance that you're wanting. I'm not trying to be in any way difficult about it. I wonder, Ross, if you've got any comment that you could make.
Just that the team, the policy team and the development contributions team are aware of the issue, and people are working away on these issues.
This afternoon we will adopt, we will address the current policy, which is fine. What is needed is that the policy work needs to be now quantified so that we can update the schedules for the development contributions for the future DC update for the next year and the next year after that, and not go soft on the costs of this, because the numbers are quite frightening. If we want to achieve what we have mandated in that open space plan, then we need to update the schedules, and that will take some time and work, and it will also require your sponsor support as a chief executive. I take Ross at his word, but I'd like your support on that.
Yeah, so I understand the need and the opportunity. I'd suggest I will talk with Ross and Andrew between the finish of this item and the later development contributions item.
Just to add, so yeah, the work has started, and I'm told that there'll next be a report on the open space policy coming through the Planning and Policy Committee in August.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Walker.
Sure, I've got a few questions that I'll just raise, and essentially, as much and all as it would be useful to have some feedback now, what I'm indicating is the importance of having some future reporting on these items. So I'll just raise them. The first one goes to a number of issues that have been raised. The issues that Councillor Fletcher raised around intensification, predator-free axing, that I'm sure Sir Rob Fenwood would have been very, very disappointed around flooding in the Auckland deal. And my request is that this council, however many councillors are interested, meet directly with ministers once again, as we used to do in the term of Len Brown, somewhat less, if at all, under Phil Goff, and not at all so far under the current situation. We know that the government is calling many of the shots, that they're a prime funder across transport, flooding response. As Councillor Fletcher has mentioned, they've pulled the rug out of predator-free. There's the Auckland deal. If ever there was a time for us to be engaging with the government and eyeballing them, it's now. And I, for one, am up for that. So I've got a question as to when that is going to happen.
We'll confirm shortly. I can tell you that there are discussions underway about setting exactly that meeting up. So there is progress being made. We've been talking and working with the Mayor's office on that, so I'll be able to confirm that shortly. As to your other points, I acknowledge those, and I have no doubt whatsoever there will be more reporting and discussion about issues like intensification and flooding, quite obviously with the plan change coming up.
And the other issues that I just want to raise, that it would be useful to have some more reporting on page 11, it mentions the ferry program is at risk. I've been asking for reporting on that for approaching 2 years now. on the Transport Committee. I've sought assistance from my fellow councillor, Maurice Williamson, who's on the board. There's a substantial amount of government money at stake, and also Auckland Council money. And the concern that people are raising to me is, one, very, very significant cost overruns, potential of non-delivery, potential of the services being compromised because the operational costs of the vehicles being built, the ferries being built, may be excessive. And I could go on. Frankly, people are telling me that the stuff that we're going to get is not fit for purpose and could be much better. So this is a really serious issue that compromises the entire ferry network going into the future, and I'd really like to have some information about it soon. I'm just bringing this to your attention. Don't want an answer at this point, but it could be reflected in here, not only as a risk, but something imperative. The other issue that I'll just raise, that is a significant risk as far as many people in Auckland are concerned, particularly on the Hibiscus coast, and it's partly, or I would have expected it to be in page 14, around water care, is the fact that large numbers of people across Auckland can no longer connect to the wastewater network, so they can build a house, but they can't connect because there isn't the capacity in the network. And in a number of instances, they can't connect to the wastewater network and they can't connect to the water network. So this is hugely significant. It's a huge risk. It's a massive risk within the Albany ward that I represent in the Hibiscus coast, and it really doesn't get any recognition here. And for some mum and dad people and others who've got a property and their retirement nest egg was around, subdividing, selling off with this prospect of some form of development, right now they can kiss it goodbye as far as getting a reasonable price for their sale, because no developer is going to buy a property if they know that they can't develop it. So I won't go on, but it's a risk. And then the last issue I want to raise, and it goes to page 9, which identifies that Eden Park has been endorsed as the main stadium. Don't have any issue with that, but there has been the related issues around efficiencies across the stadium network, the single operator. I know Eden Park would be up for probably taking on turf management. They could probably run the other stadiums very efficiently. We need to start addressing that issue because it's costing us a lot of money. We know that there's the related issue around North Harbour Stadium and the huge concern that that community expressed around the operation and management by Tautaki Auckland Unlimited. It's a concern. When is it going to be addressed? Because we're now into next steps, and I don't want an answer there now, but they are items that are specified in your report that I think we should have some progress on, Phil. So you're welcome to make a comment, but essentially I'm looking for some progress on those items, some identification as risks and the importance of them so that they're elevated. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I'll take them on advisement, really. I'll happily arrange an update for you in relation to ferries. We are working with and on stadium matters. We're working with Eden Park, and matters like the opportunity for shared turf management and accessing their expertise was on an agenda in a meeting I had with the Chief Executive and Board Chair only a week ago. So I can assure you those discussions are unfolding, but still have a long way to go. I just comment on the water and wastewater. I totally support what Watercare has done, foreshadowing where they have limitations. As you know, they've got a very substantial infrastructure investment program to address some of those needs. They cannot miracle solutions up financially or otherwise to some of those pressure point scenarios in there, and they're working on it. The most we can do really is to be clear and honest with the community about where the pressure points are and solve it for the longer term. So, that's what's happening, and I support them in that.
Okay, well, Councillor, why don't we just all have one and go around the table? Councillor Bartley next, please.
I won't be long. Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to ask in regards to risk and preparedness to our CEO. Whenever it's heavy rain, flooding, the first thing the public says is council didn't clear the drains. But we all know Healthy Waters do an amazing job. When we do report flooding and a drain, contractors are out there. But is there a way to get out to the public that we are clearing the drains? Can we publish the schedule of streets or drains that are cleared, or how often we do it before a major event? Because guaranteed that's what everybody will say, oh, council didn't clear the drains, that's why it's flooded. And now they're clearing the leaves out of there, which is why the water's going down in the street. Is there a way to do something like that?
Yes. I mean, there's obviously the sort of communication, education, etc. campaign that I mentioned earlier has a number of dimensions that included. I think there are things we can do to highlight the fact of those checks happening religiously in advance of heavy rain forecasts. Maybe we need to upload the footage from 60 drone flights around the region, and that's literally what they're doing, flying drones up the streams in advance of, so I'm agreeing with you. We just need to get the message out more effectively.
Yeah, that's good, because if we are doing it, we need to be seen to be doing it. And also in that video you showed where everybody looks very busy, you're missing us. We're the elected representatives, and when anything happens out there, like if a family is flooded, they don't ring 3010101, they contact us. So we need to be able to tap into that whole hub of activity that's happening there, because people will come to us. So we need to be able to tap into that centralised hub there, and also know that it isn't going to be a centralised response. Like, we end up doing stuff in the community almost autonomously from what is happening with emergency management. So,
Well, I take that invitation from you, and we can incorporate some stuff for you in future exercises and profile your role. I can promise you that people do ring 3010101 in their hundreds. So, if it makes you feel better.
No, it's not about me feeling better. If I wanted to feel better, I wouldn't be. Like that. People contact us all hours when they're flooded, but we can't tap into that. Whatever you showed in the video, so we need to be able to. And it's not about putting me in a video. It's about us as elected reps being able to tap into that resource.
No, excellent. Thank you.
Thank you for that. It's the best question so far, and you win a Danish pastry. And as the person who causes the bad weather, as according to the Herald, I wasn't part of that either, so it is a good point. And the other part, there's people who actually live on streets with trees where they lose the leaves, not to be encouraged that the leaves are out in front of their houses. You're welcome to walk out and move some of them yourself, oddly enough. Councillor Leone.
Okay, I'll try and keep mine pretty brief as well. Look, I just wanted to first start off by acknowledging Phil. Thank you for all the hard work that you do. Just first going to focus on Auckland's economy. Gary, the question that I have for you is, obviously, we've heard about all the negatives that are happening at the moment, but is there anything that we as a council can be doing differently to help with that situation? Because, if we think about things like tourism, I'm trying to compare us to other cities that have got a similar population size that have bounced back a lot faster. So is there any particular areas, because we know even in terms of tourism that would bring millions of dollars into the city, obviously if we had more tourists coming through, but are there particular areas that we could be focusing on to assist with bringing our economy back up?
Thank you, Councillor. It's a very good question. My general response is that it's very hard to react in time for these short-term fluctuations, and the things that the council can do to support the economy, I think are worthy and to be done with a sort of a medium-term or ongoing perspective in mind, rather than trying to react to particular short-term fluctuations. That would be my view. So that there are some ways that the council can support the economy meaningfully. Particularly, I would think the productivity of the economy and our powerful levers there are in the space of land use, in the investment program that we have for infrastructure, particularly transport infrastructure, and also the way in which we set charges around growth infrastructure. They're all powerful through that medium-term focus. But in terms of short-term responses to the economy, I don't know that it's so easy for us. Given the lags between us making decisions, being able to put things in place, and the scale of the impacts that we can make, there are powerful forces through the economy that are cyclical in nature, and they'll always be there. If I could offer just a very simple analogy, I think of, if you think about the sea, the ocean, the waves that fluctuate up and down, that's the sort of cyclical nature of things, sometimes a little bit up and down, and we're constantly sort of bobbing along in these ups and downs, but if we sort of step back from that, we can think about which way is the tide heading, shall we say, and if we just focus on the waves, we lose sight of the bigger trend, which is the tide coming in or out. So I wonder if that helps in terms of an analogy.
And no, that's really helpful, because, I mean, I was looking at the numbers of 11,000 jobs that have been lost, and, I mean, I know we're the biggest organisation in the city, and just thinking about things like work experience and trying to get young people into jobs and stepping stones and things like that. And I know in other countries or other cities around the world where they're able to provide some kind of service to help young people in terms of pathways to get into work, that's all part of economic productivity and things that I think we could be doing better. Yeah. I don't know if you want to make a comment on that.
Okay, no Danish cake for that one.
I haven't finished. Sorry, I've just got one more question about the CCO reforms. So just coming back to CCO reform, I can see that obviously everything is going ahead in June. Have we got any early indication that we're actually going to save some money from that?
There is a cost saving from this exercise of between $1.5 and $2 million. But the intention is to redirect that saving into the activities of the Auckland Urban Development Office principally. Why? Because if you recall, we're effectively giving it a broader mandate to operate not just in the regeneration projects that Eke Panuku has done an excellent job with, but in some of the greenfields areas and in terms of some other transport related developments and so on. So the intention is to not harvest that, but to reinvest it in development outcomes in the area that it came from. Okay.
Okay, and is that the same with strengthening the political monitoring that's going to be happening as well? Because I can see that's built into that to make sure that we're doing a higher level of monitoring.
My judgment is we can strengthen those things without needing to spend a lot more money. Okay, otherwise we would be taking that money and adding, if you like, policy analysts and what have you. And I think the bigger priority is the coordination of the development activity and the government and the private investment in there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Filipaina.
Morena, Chair. Morena koutou, gentlemen. Phil, question to you. With what you said around Auckland Transport and the legislation that is at this stage would be put back, do I have your assurance that any of the legislative changes that is going through the government, that any decision around, do I have your assurance that there's going to be no discussions with Auckland Transport pending the legislation to make changes before it comes into effect. Because, and the reason I asked that question is I asked you previously around who would end up making decisions around the legislation and what happens with Auckland Transport, and your answer was the governing body. So do I have your assurance, please?
Well, firstly, that the legislation will go through a fulsome process. So the governing body will be, it'll be open to the governing body to submit on that. And of course, that's a decision and discussion for yourselves. I can't give you an assurance that we're not going to work with Auckland Transport in advance of that. In fact, that's exactly what we are doing, partly for the reason I mentioned, which is that some degree of collaborative work needs to start now in relation to the next generation of the Regional Land Transport Plan. Okay. The key here, though, is that that will be the subject matter for the workshop on the 11th with you, and anything that we're talking through or possibly doing will be visible to you and require your endorsement.
No, that's it. Thank you. And can I put my name down for whakaaro, please?
Councillor Ferry, please.
Hilda, thank you. I've got a couple of questions, and I would just note this is our chance to sort of hold the organisation accountable. So I know there's sort of often a pressure in these meetings to be quick, but also this is quite an important item. So I'm not going to make any apologies about having two questions. Firstly, a question for Gary around the Auckland unemployment losses, and I've asked this in the past, and so it's sort of a continuation. About how many of those we think are attributable to central government agency job cuts. One thing I'm hearing is that a lot of, or not necessarily a lot, but some government officers that had an Auckland-based team are pulling back to Wellington. Is that something that we can see through the data, or is that just anecdote at this point?
Thank you, Councillor Ferry. I do recall your earlier question, and I think we might have sent some information through. It was some time ago, I know, but our conclusion at that time was that the losses were primarily driven by the cyclical downturn in the economy through the private sector, and that the losses that we could observe that could be attributed to the public sector in an Auckland context were very small and non-material to the movement of that number. Which is not to the job losses.
Sorry.
Yes.
So is that, do we think that's still the case, though? Or are we starting to see, because I am starting to hear these stories of, you know, people who had Auckland-based teams and now they don't have Auckland-based teams anymore, but sounds like perhaps that's just anecdote.
I don't have the information in front of me, but we can look to update the information we previously sent you. But just thinking about the sense of scale of the Auckland economy and the cyclical impacts on unemployment, you know, through the downturn, and then thinking about the scale of public sector jobs in Auckland, I would be surprised if the public sector side was a material contribution to that figure. But we can email you some more information if we can find it in the public domain.
Yeah, that's cool. Thanks, Gary. I'm probably going to continue to ask about trying to understand this better as things go on, but appreciate that update. The other question is probably more for Phil, which is a recovery office question. So we have a forecast at the moment of 1,215 buyouts. I think I heard you say, it was a little while ago now, that we have around 800 either bought or close to settle, or between 800 and 900. That's still about 400 to go. And I wondered if you had, which is, you know, what's that, a third. So I wondered if you had any insight on, you know, noting that we do expect the buyouts to be finished by the end of the year, so there's still quite a bit of time to go. Are these primarily ones that have been categorised relatively recently? I think everybody's been categorised now. Just sort of wanting to understand, is this the remaining 400, are a lot of them going to be easy, or are a lot of them the harder tail that, you know, have more complexity? Do we have a sense yet of, you know, where that's up to, whether we're going to be on target to meet everything done by December? Obviously, it's of a real acute issue, interest to very specific individual families, but also there's issues there around what happens next with that land, and queries that I'm sure everybody's getting where a building is not being maintained, and people perceive that we've bought it. Actually, we haven't yet. So yeah.
Look, I haven't got the detail in front of me. The Recovery Office is reassuring me that we are on track for full completion by December. You're right, there's still quite a number to go. It's probably closer to 900 completed, or almost completed, in the sense that there are literally sale and purchase agreements out with some folk. So that might give you a sense. And to one aspect of your point, yes, it's true that if you joined the queue quite late, others were to be prioritised for completion and fairness. So I would expect a higher proportion of the remaining 300 odd to be people who sought categorisation quite late.
Okay, cool. I think it'd be helpful to have a bit more understanding of that, because I'm sure I'm not the only one hearing in the community. People are saying, oh, you know, it's taking ages, or other people are saying, you know, we settled months ago. And I think it would just be helpful for us to have a really clear picture of some of the data there, so we can put that in context for people. You know, being able to say, well, you know, if it's nearly 900, then that's, you know, 3/4, isn't it? Am I doing the maths right? Off the top of my head while I'm sick, sorry. That's, you know, that's really good progress. But for people who are in that remaining quarter, that's, you know, that's hard. So maybe some stats that could break that down, you know, saying, look, of the ones that applied, you know, say before July last year, noting September was the deadline, you know, most or you know, this percentage of them have been processed. And, you know, some of that kind of breakdown I think would be really useful for us. Thanks.
I'll ask Mace to circulate a briefing note to you.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Councillor Lee, please.
Thank you. This report actually is extremely interesting. I draw your attention to Table 1, current economic indicators. The indicators in the table are essentially a mix of national metrics and Auckland regional metrics. Just in regard to international net migration for the year to March, is the 26,400 people increase, is that related, is that a national increase, or is that a Auckland increase?
Thank you, Councillor, for your question. Through the Chair, that is a national figure. The 26,000 is nationally, and Auckland will have a share of that, but we do not know the share of that.
Okay, so we've got more people. What I'm concerned about is there seems to be, well, obviously the national economy, despite really low inflation, is getting so low that we could get to the level where Reserve Bank governors make after dinner speeches about inflation being too low. But anyway, the economy is still soft nationwide, we'll call it soft. But in Auckland, we seem to have, if we look at Figure 1, for instance, card spending real, there's a 1.7 differential between the national level, New Zealand, and the Auckland level. That seems to indicate a particular Auckland problem. Now, the whole idea of the super city, if you remember, the whole idea of the amalgamation, one of the principal goals was economic transformation, or at least economic efficiency. And yet Auckland seems to be doing worse than the rest of the country. And I wonder, here it's put down to Auckland's economy continues to show soft consumer spending and employment, reflecting the impact of high interest rates. You're not saying interest rates are higher in Auckland than the rest of the country?
Thank you, Councillor. The interest rates are nationwide, and it's really about Auckland's sensitivity to those higher interest rates. And we've seen a pattern of Auckland tending to be more sensitive in the downturns and doing better in the upturns. So through the cycle, we tend to be a bit more responsive. We don't know the answer to that exactly, but a couple of plausible theories are the composition of our industries is different from the national composition, and of course, interest rates through the channel of household debt are the level of debt that our households hold. So they may be reasons why we are sensitive through the cycle.
I'm wondering whether the impact of high interest rates is the whole story, and whether there's an elephant in the room that we seem to be ignoring. This organisation financially is doing well. We've got a 5.8% pay increase coming up, rates increase for rates alone, but that equates to $3 billion impost on Auckland households, plus $786 million from water care charges, plus other charges and costs coming from the Auckland Council group. I'm wondering whether not just high interest rates are the problem, but I wonder about whether we are a negative force in the economy, or rather than the positive force that this organisation was meant to be. And if there's an Auckland sort of subset recession, there's an absolute depression in the city centre. Again, we see a differential in terms of impacts. City centre pedestrian count is down from the year before, and yet this is after COVID. City centre retail spending is down 8.5%. There is a real concern here that I think this council needs to get its head around, and also look at not just the sheer cost of this council's activities on ordinary Aucklanders, but actually what it is doing or not doing, sins of commission or sins of omission. In terms of PT, for instance, which ratepayers have paid enormous amounts of money for, overall we're failing 11%, but in the city centre we're down 34%. Not only that, so we're losing traffic from a failure in our PT services, not helped at all by fare increases, and then even worse and even more disruptive, I believe, are these AVO, authorised vehicle only plans, to blockade off Queen Street to motorists. And again, here's another cost, 20 million collected in fines, and how much is being collected in K Road every week? A huge amount. So what I'm concerned about here is our own impact on Auckland's economy, and I think we need to actually give that a lot more thought. This information is very useful data, but we around the table, and I dare say management, need to give it a lot more further thought about what we are doing and not doing, that actually is helping or harming Auckland's economy?
I don't know if that was a question.
There was a number of questions in there.
Thank you, councillor. Just very briefly.
The answer to the first one was very long, actually. Thank you.
My comment would be that I guess we're always, you raised some good points about weighing up the impacts of activities, but broadly, if you think about the size of Auckland Council relative to the regional economy, it is not large relative to, say, central government, the spending share, the tax share. It is material in the context of the national economy, but our share of the regional economy, it is not large. And so I don't think that the numbers that you see here are a result of the level of rates or the level of spending from Auckland Council. We've got 150 billion for Auckland's regional economy in terms of the measured output in GDP terms. And then if you think about the size of the council relative to that, I don't think we have an impact on our economy through the cycle in the way that we levy rates and spend.
Okay, Ken Turner, please.
People are being squeezed, and we're part of it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mine was just a comment. I can wait.
I wouldn't worry about that, mate. I haven't heard a question for the last...
Look,
hour, so you may as well have a crack.
I just want to speak about drain maintenance because to stay silent would be disingenuous to all the comments I make outside this room. I agree with a lot of things that Councillor Bartley said. We are not maintaining our drains. This is underpinned by Healthy Waters always reminding us that there's 17,000 kilometres of drains and waterways in Auckland, and how can we possibly keep up? We are not maintaining our drains. The public are observing the places where the drains are blocked and not working to capacity, irrelevant of them being overwhelmed by large storms. And to back up Councillor Bartley, we need to be seen to be doing it, but that means actually getting it done. And the man controlling the drone should be given a shovel. So I just wanted to point out that we still need to focus on our core services and put funding in that area. Thank you very much.
People are allowed to do their own drains, of course, but that's old school. Most people can't find a spade anymore. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks, Councillor Turner, for sparking an idea. I'm wondering if it's possible, and this is kind of a question, is it possible to get a paper from Healthy Waters to actually identify what it would cost to maintain these kilometres of assets that we have? Because we're not working with figures yet, right? If the public are demanding that this should get cleared twice a year or 4 times a year or something like that, or daily, goodness, yeah, then it'd be good to have a figure attached to that to say, well, it's going to cost you X amount. So I'd like some more data on that. I'm wondering if you could feed that back so I don't have to. Thanks, Phil.
Yes.
I can probably answer that because I get rung by people and they say, oh, no one's cleared out the culvert in front of my place. And I thought, well, you know, it's good for you. Have you got a spade? Try and do it yourself. And they said, oh, I pay rates. And I said, have you paid enough rates for us to have somebody 24/7 standing outside your house, watching that drain on the off chance it might fill 20 metres from your house all year long? We would have to have drain guards by the millions. I mean, what are we becoming? Yeah. Nappies will be delivered to all people shortly.
Absolutely. I think that... So if we're arguing to adjust levels of service, which is what the public are asking in some points, then having the dollar
understand
figure,
the point. We can get some advice.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just in reply to your notion that people should get out and clear the leaves or clear the rubbish or whatever is blocking the drains, I would just be remiss of me not to mention an individual who does that. Councillor Philippina will know this gentleman because he's ex-Kiwi and Auckland Rugby League player, now a superannuant, and every time it rains, he lives in Herne Bay, very posh part of Herne Bay. Every time it rains, he is out doing that, literally for hours on end, bailing out water. And the reason I know that is because he phones me up to tell me, and with a few choice adjectives chucked in, as to how at his age he's out there literally for hours on end having to bail out water. And I have, of course, brought this up in the past, but it seems to be a recurring problem. But I just would make the point that there are people who do that, and who do that every time there's heavy rain. I guess in the instance of this fine gentleman, it's more like a scene out of Papillon than just picking up a few leaves, because he is literally out there for hours. There's a lot of units there that he essentially is protecting by doing that.
Well, that's very good news. We should offer him up to get one of those ASB awards.
To put another angle, it might be some sort of penitence for the number of individuals he incapacitated on the rugby league field over many years. So I don't have that much sympathy for him. But I just would make one final point, and I meant to say it yesterday, certainly within the Albany ward, I would like to give commendation for the manner in which the flood recovery project in terms of fixing roads occurred over the couple of years, where quite a number of roads have been progressively fixed to a high standard and now operating. So I certainly am grateful for that. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very excellent, very entertaining. That one gets a bun as well. Okay, you two guys, you can drop back because we've entered the comments about half an hour ago. And as anyone surely can't find another bloody comment, I'll have to listen to them. But righto, Philippina and Hills.
Kia ora, Chair. Mr. CEO, you ended up mentioning some highlights, and I just want to acknowledge your staff in regards to what I believe is definitely highlight, and that happened on the 15th of March at the Policy and Planning Committee that is chaired and deputy chaired by Councillor Hills and Councillor Dalton, and that was Manaki Tamaki Mokoru, 2 years' work, putting 5 policies together and having the strategy for the Auckland open space sport and recreational strategy. So I just wanted to, that's a highlight, 2 years. I know that there are other strategies and work that's still going after 5 years, but 15th of March, so I just wanted to acknowledge you and in particular the staff. Kia ora, that's it. Cheer.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Mayor, and sorry I'm still sick, and I thought I wouldn't ask a question because they all turned into debating points. But I do just want to, it is pretty hard out there for our Healthy Waters staff and the contractors who are doing their best. But I will give you just a brief synopsis of what is happening. And I did ask Nick at the last transport exactly what has been asked today. Could we have more accessible granular detail like we have on the rainfall data, like we have on the dams? And he said, yes, they will work on it and do it as best as they can. So we have access that they turn to green once they're done, etc. But in the Waido catchment, there's 2,500 catch pits. And during pre-storm, they clear 36 massive hotspots that's sucking basically the catch pits out. There's 2 trash racks that are checked on a weekly basis. There's floating litter traps. 4 of them are checked and maintained on a fortnightly basis. The ponds and wetlands are maintained monthly. The channels of the Waido catchment, the whole catchment is inspected every 3 months. The other hotspots, those 36, are inspected monthly, but they are also sucked out every storm. There's also the road sweeping and others. But as Councillor Henderson says, I have asked Craig in the past, what would it be to maintain all 98,000 catch pits every week or every month? And it's something, and it's like tens and tens of millions of dollars, which is fine. But when we have people saying that we shouldn't be putting up the rates, that's all operational funding. So people vote against the rates or say we shouldn't have rate rises when I think it's the lowest rates rise out of the metros. This is the cost of it. And I think Ross has told us before that our current rates rise is mostly just depreciation and borrowing costs on the assets we're putting in. So I would love more focus on here, but I think we added 20 million in 2023 to the maintenance of our stormwater assets. We can keep doing that, but that 20 million was a 1% rates rise. So we just need to make sure what we're asking is possible, but also that we're able to celebrate, or not celebrate, but talk about what is done, because there's a lot done. Frank Tian has been our operations guy for Healthy Water since North Shore City days, and he can tell me all the exact areas that flood, don't flood, get emptied. But he says as soon as it rains, they fill up almost instantly with all the debris coming off roofs and houses and streets. And then it becomes too unsafe for them to start doing it while there's a rain thing. The other one, and I think we talked about it yesterday, the consents and the floodplains and everything. 15 workshops I think we've had on this, and I know there'll be eyes rolling in the room, but either people have just started realizing we've been talking about that for 2 years, or weren't listening. But we have asked Phil and Megan and everyone, Phil Reid as well, significant amount of work's being done, but we are hamstrung by government requirements, the RMA, the Building Act, but we've had significant workshops on what we can do. Of course we want to do more, but just be careful again. If you want banning of building in floodplains, that's tens of thousands of properties, maybe even 100,000 properties in Auckland, and we would probably have to end up buying those if you're prohibiting current use. So I guess we just need to know what that comes out for. And yeah, I do think there's a little bit more to be done on the city centre work. People need to know what's happening. The work down on Queen Street now is a $115 million water care project. It's nothing to do with the city rail link, but people think it is. If we don't do that sort of work, those 90-year-old pipes will start spewing crap into the road like is happening in other cities. So everything on balance is on balance, but we could try and sell and tell people what is happening and try and speak about it as positive investment of their rates going into stuff that, if we don't do, is much more disruptive and much more damaging and much more concerning to our city as we see. But anyway, I don't know if this actual item is a working for us, Mayor. I think, Phil, maybe it's a workshop that we can do this, or, it could be a public workshop, but we just load you up with 15,000 things that many of us have asked you 19,000 times before. I think some of it's important, but I think maybe there's an easier way to do this, because now it's 3 hours into the day. But yeah, thanks.
Oh, God. Okay. I'm going to move this because, in fact, so long ago we started, I forgot to do that. Brown and Dalton, and I'm just checking back to see what it was we moved. Everything's finished, so I'm going to move and put that. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, carried. In a way, a lot of that was things that, if you've got something for the chief executive, just drop him a note. I mean, we don't all have to endure every thought, please, that crosses people's mind. We've now got the quarterly report, and it could be an opportunity to open the whole lot up again, but please try and restrict yourselves a little bit. Oh, thank you very much. Right, we've got that bit underway.
Thank you, Simpson-Dalton.
Simpson-Dalton, and this is kind of like a grown-up version of what we just had there. Come on, Michael.
Kia ora all. The suggestion's been to take the report as read. We're happy to do that. I think the key points are that, this presents the group's quarterly performance to the end of March this year. Most of the milestones and key highlights have been presented by Phil and Ross through their monthly CFO updates, and the same with the financial results. The report attached does include a careful stepping through of each of our 7 investment areas, notes the status of the key LTP programs, other highlights, risks and levels of service for each of those areas. So it provides a really good reference source for yourselves in that space. Just the other quick things to note, there's a few extra parts to the financial section, including extra emphasis in the treasury and debt space, stuff on our key investments, tracking of our targeted rates, and also some staff number material. And then the one piece that isn't normally in the monthly reports is that performance measure piece, although I note Phil did speak to most of those key ones earlier today. So unless you've got anything to add to that part, Karina?
No, I don't. If I could just quickly point you, though, to attachment B, there is a section specifically on the performance measures, and it does provide hopefully good context on things that customers are finding that we are doing well and other areas that we need to work on. So that's all I actually wanted to add. Thank you.
Richard Hills.
Sorry, it was a little bit in response to last time, but a question on just on our finances when governments do change, and the Predator 2050 is one good thing. That's done. We don't get to decide or submit on that. That's over. And with the Jobs for Nature, that's, I think, $20 million a year gone as well from Auckland. But I guess my question is there any way, and we saw it with the grants at Community Committee, to measure the impact of government change, what that does on our budget? So a lot of these people will start asking us for money because Waiheke, Kawo, Aotea, this is just one area, but they start coming to us to keep projects going. Is there any work being done from a financial basis when governments send us difficult policy planning changes? I know that was a $3 million cost, but when the rug gets pulled out from us, if there's any way to measure that impact, so the mayor and others can tell ministers what these dramatic, swift changes can do to us?
So, under our financial policies and strategy, whenever there is a request for funding that comes to the governing body, we do need to provide, a full analysis, including, some way of measuring those costs and benefits, and also the independent review. So that necessarily means we need to provide real clarity on what that cost is as we become aware of things. So I think the examples you've raised where someone would come to us for funding, that would be where we would undertake that analysis.
Okay, and we are preparing a submission on the Predator 2050 strategy review. It would be good to have in the next 2 weeks just some maybe financial information, if there is any, that we can feed back on that. It won't affect the government's budget decision, but it might affect what effects it has on us going forward. Thank you.
Yeah, we can do that, and I've clarified in the intervening time that the closing date for submissions on that predator-free aspect was the 30th of June. So we'll be back to you with
yeah. But just be clear, it's not on the disestablished. That decision's been made. This is just on the long-term strategy. But I've spoken to Lisa and Sam Hill about it anyway. But for Lisa from your office, thanks.
Okay. I've got nothing. I'm going to briefly put that. We received the quarterly performance review.
You don't want people ranting on, but I just want to think, as a collective, Your Worship, we should really thank the Chief Executive and the CFO for achieving an annual savings target in 3 quarters. I don't think we've ever done that before in my short time around this table. 66 million was our annual savings target on top of the 90, on top of the 20, and they've achieved that in 3 quarters. Now, I know you've said, half is one-off and half, enduring, but that is an amazing achievement, and I just wanted to draw your attention that there were 600 over that 66 million, and that's to be absolutely congratulated. Thank you.
I think that was good to remind us of how well we're going, and in the midst of what is often some fairly bleak comments around the table. Okay, all those in favour of receiving this, please say aye. Aye. The contrary, it's received. Thank you very much. I'm going to risk the BID policy before lunch. Okay. Kaupapa here arohi whakapipi pakihi.
What does that mean?
It means the Council Business Improvement District Policy. I've been involved in one of those for years, and I never actually had the opportunity to say those words or even had any idea it was something to do with it. But there you go. You learn something every day. Okay, please entertain us with something informative, or otherwise, well, and I will get someone else to recommend this because I'm not that actually keen on it. So, anyone want to move this? Here we are, Fully and Dalton. I've got very strong arms this morning, those two. Thank them very much for that. Alistair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been introduced both as a risk and told to be entertaining and informative, so that's quite the challenge. You've got myself, Claire and Jill, who are the entire Auckland Council bid team with us today. I was going to take the report as read, but I think given what was said in public input this morning, I would just like to make some comments around the bit of the policy that relates to expansion processes of a business association. So at its simplest, a business association that's part of the bid program, we apply a targeted rate around a defined geographic area. Sometimes those business associations look to expand that area that is subject to the bid targeted rate. Now, Mr. Boddy raised concerns about the list of eligible voters that was compiled in the Onehunga Business Association expansion process. As he rightly pointed out, Auckland Council provides a database of all the commercial property owners within that area, and the onus is on the business association to go around and identify all the business owners within the area. In the Onehunga case, they started in 2022 doing that for a vote that took place in 2024. It just involves a lot of knocking on doors and getting around and actually meeting people. The combined property owners and businesses owners is then given to, in this case, Election Services Limited, who is an independent company that runs the ballot or vote amongst the eligible voters, and it is their responsibility under the bid policy to agree who is and isn't on that list of voters. I would say that you know, the policy puts the onus on the business association to get out and make everyone aware of what's going on, requires them to do public consultation and public meetings, provide information. I would also note that the list of eligible voters has to be up for a month prior to voting so that members of the public can have a look to see whether they're on there, whether they're not, whether they should be. And in addition to that, in the case of Onehunga, that was consulted on as part of the LTP public consultation as well. The whole emphasis of the policy is to ensure as much as possible that those impacted by potentially striking a targeted rate are informed and get to have a say through the process. Will that always capture 100% of those eligible to vote? Probably not, but that is the intention behind it all. And the ballot, everybody in the proposed expansion area, whether they're a business owner or a property owner, is entitled to vote, and the outcome of that vote then just becomes another input into the decision of Auckland Council as to whether or not to increase the area subject to the targeted rate. Yeah, look, I don't want to labour the point, but that is what is within the current policy around expansions. That is the process they're expected to go through. We're not proposing that there are any changes to that part of the policy as part of this process, because we think that the policy is actually sound as it currently is. I know you were urged this morning not to approve changes to the policy. The areas we're proposing to change are different parts of the policy, and if you want us to relook at the expansion part of it, I'd suggest our recommendation is you accept the proposed changes that we've put forward today, and if you want us to do further work on that, you can ask us to do that and we can go away and do that. It's not a hold everything up because you want us to look at that. Given I stand between you and your lunch, maybe I'll leave it there, but happy to take any questions.
Well, I've just got a question, just as a result of that quite good explanation there. Is it, because Mr. Body said it was commercial landlords and businesses, or is it just commercial landlords?
It's both. It is the commercial property owners and the businesses within them, because the commercial reality is the landlord will pass through the outgoings on a property through to the tenant via the lease. So in effect, the businesses of a commercial property end up paying the targeted rate, even though the property owner is officially the rate payer.
That's the tricky part.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people have got businesses that are running out of homes, and you're going to collect those, and a lot of people have got businesses that are being well hidden. Can we connect with the inland revenue? And there's other people who are doing businesses which are entirely illegal, and he could probably find them and say, why didn't you find these guys? I mean, it's a bit tricky, really. And this guy's kind of unearthed, because he's, as always, a grumpy person is a good way of testing what rules you've got, because this guy seems to be...
Far be it from me to say whether a grumpy person drives better performance, Your Honour, but I'll let you be the judge of that. But I
was thinking of Mr. Body, rather.
I didn't name you by name, Your Worship. No, I'm getting off track. Look, it is a tricky process, and I think Mr. Body himself said that this is new information, the number of business owners within that area. When decisions are made, you can only rely on the information you have at the time, and I'd encourage Mr. Body to share the list of businesses with the Onehunga Business Association so that they can contact all of those businesses going forward.
I mean, some of the claims that he made were about it being the only one that was mixed and all that sort of stuff. It's not nearly as mixed or complex as the two that I'm involved in, Otahu and Kaitaia, for a couple. So the other question is, did you get any feedback from the Small Business Advisory Board, who have some people of BIDs on it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, we haven't. We've been asked repeatedly by Victoria to front up and see the Small Business Advisory Panel, and literally we have not been able to find a date between us, but we are, I believe, going on next. We meant to go last time, anyway.
Well, I'm quite busy, and I made it last time, so it's not a very good answer.
We wanted to just reassure councillors, apart from the fact, Claire and I, this is our fourth policy, and fundamentally the policies have stayed the same over the length of time we've been involved. It is not unnormal to have a bid that's got a mixture of service elements in it. And we started to go through, just to give you a bit of a feel for this, since we started on here, 10 new bids established, 12 existing bids expanding their boundary areas. And then we started to think, These are the bids that we know of that are what we would call a retail, industrial, commercial mix. Business Manukau, Otahuhu, Wiri, Onehunga, Parnell, Uptown, and Silverdale and Business North Harbour. They all operate under a model of a mixture of businesses. So it's about the business association offering the right services to satisfy those business needs.
I agree with that, and so does Otahuhu, but, well, I thought the question that you're requiring them to have auditors. Now, some of them have auditors and some of them don't. Otahuhu pays for an auditor and it's just a bloody cost really, we own nothing back from that. Papatoetoe had an auditor and for 2 years of having auditors and didn't discover that people were stealing from it. So an auditor is not a guarantee of anything going better, it's just another bloody cost. So I won't be supporting them demanding that. And it's the same thing with that, the constitution. There's a country that hasn't got a constitution and we're forcing business associations to have constitutions that change regularly. Is that going to help?
Through the chair, of course.
If I was looking for two things, I like bids. I want to get them to go better. I would ask, here's two that I'd recommend is, I'd require the local boards to report on their interaction with the bids.
Love it.
Because some local boards, and one who is a lady called Christine, who's on the local council there, she does a great job. But there are other ones that I'm involved in that doesn't happen. And then so that I would like to require local boards to report on their interaction with bids. And the one I think performs the poorest a lot is the heart of the city. It would be best if they were all called, whatever the name is, business district. Because a lot of people think the heart of the city is a medical group.
Can I have a go at answering some of those queries?
What is heart of the city? Oh, something to do with keeping older councillors from having a heart attack. So there are a couple of things that I'm going to vote against having to have a constitution and having to have an auditor. It's up to them to have those. But I'd like to see some local boards report on the interaction of the BIDs.
Thanks for the feedback. Look, I would just point out that business associations are incorporated societies under the Incorporated Societies Act. It's not us that requires them to have a constitution. It is the Incorporated Societies Act. So that's not part of the policy. So we don't require that. In terms of requiring an audit, yes, agree, it's not going to be 100% fail-safe, but this is about risk mitigation for public funds. And our advice to you is requiring all bids to have an audit to try to improve their internal processes helps with that.
Everyone else have a crack. Now, Al Filipino.
Kia ora, Chair. Kia ora koutou to the team. First one, before 2022, when was the policy reviewed?
2016. I can even get the dates right, 2016.
With 2025, when will it be reviewed again?
We had some very good feedback from, I think it was Hibiscus and Bay's local board, and they suggested that if we have a document that every bid, a relationship document with every bid that they do every 3 years, and Hibiscus and Bay suggested that it was timely, if you were ever going to do another review, do it in that 3-year picture.
This next part is no, sort of, it's not a slight on the current mayor or deputy mayor, because we don't know what's going to happen after the election, whether the mayor is he or she, and that applies to deputy mayor as well. But my question is, in regards to B and minor amendments and not holding this particular recommendation for the incoming council, what would you consider would be minor? And two, will that recommendation be holding to the incoming council, whoever the mayor and deputy mayor is going to be?
Minor amendments is we would consider nothing that substantively changes the meaning of the policy, but might just be typos or formatting or that sort of thing. And yes, it would carry over to the incoming mayor, deputy.
Last part, was there submissions and reading what we ended up getting? I didn't see it, but there was there, and the reason why, if a bid during the year gets everything done and dusted, the ability for the local board or a recommendation to come through to the governing body for whatever remaining monies there is for the end of the year to become a bid or to get the rates. Has there been ever thought, because I think currently it gets set every year? Was there any ability, if they get themselves really constituted, meeting everything else, that if they did that in the first 4 or 5 months of the term, have the ability to get what rest of the monies is?
I think there's a couple of scenarios here. One, if we're establishing a new bid or expanding or whatever, we only strike the rates once a year, so we can only make that decision once whether to impose a targeted rate. The policy does allow, if a bid is non-complying with the policy, that we can withhold funding from the bid until they resolve their issues. In that scenario, yes, if they get their act back together during the year, then we can release the funds.
Kia ora, Chair.
Councillor Dalton, please.
Thank you very much. And Jill did answer my question. It was around how many bids do we have that are both retail and commercial, and that they do function really well. They can integrate. Of course, it is, I guess, sometimes down to the leadership. So I'll ask a different question. In terms of what the Mayor was saying about the local boards working with the bids, when I was a bid manager just before I was a bid manager, it was really clear that some bids just didn't want anything to do with the politicians. Has that evolved over the years, and do you see absolute benefit? Because I do. When I transitioned to local board chair, working with the business association was absolute leverage to both budgets in terms of delivering outcomes. So we're seeing a better engagement between boards and bids.
Excellent question. So in an annual cycle during a year, the bids are required to come before the local boards at least once per year. Some of our southern bids, they actually meet every quarter, which is great interaction. So there is a formal requirement in the policy to meet once a year. I think it has moved on. I think it has evolved. There's certainly not an us and them anymore. They do always see local boards as as a funding source, so there's always a reason to be friendly. But I think the relationship has improved. Yeah, definitely.
Thank you very much, and I support the changes you've made to the policy. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Bartley, please.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for your work with the OBA situation. I have some questions from the local board chair, Maria Meredith, if that's okay. She just wanted to know, does the bid team only work directly with the business association chair or the manager, or both?
Another good question. Predominantly we would work. So within each bid there's a governance committee, an executive committee, and a manager or coordinator. We do actually probably, I'd say on thinking about it, we probably work more with the managers or the coordinators, but we are trying to focus on the relationship with the governance body, because it's the governance body and the local board that's the important relationship.
Thank you. And for the bid policy, based on this particular situation, does the bid team have any suggestions of how things may have been done differently leading up to the SGM? And then also, what will the bid team do differently as part of their practices and engagement with business associations in the future?
So we want to reassure everybody here that we've been, first of all, working with Mr Body since last August, and we have responded, obviously, as council officers and through our manager to all the legoimas, and every bit of information has been shared with the customer. And what we also do is have very clear roles within the policy about what's the role of Auckland Council, what's the role of the OBA, what's the role of the local board. So we've had to try and make sure that people understood what their roles were and stick to their swimming lane, if that's the right word. Unfortunately, a lot of the situation did come back to the role of the OBA. The policy sets a framework for people to interpret and use, and the OBA was the one that was at the coalface actually dealing with their governance and their management response to some of that framework. Claire, would you like to add anything?
Just to add is we do reach out and form relationships with the Business Association chairs, and in Oni Hunger's case we've actually almost been speaking with him daily and just offering support but also offering guidance when we can.
Thank you. And then my question, please. So we just are going through this annual plan. We've gone through the annual plan, and there was no public feedback on the bid rates, right? None that came through regarding the OBA rate. So which takes precedence, our annual plan process or the bid policy that enabled that SGM to have that decision?
Going to put a third friend in the pot here, and that's the bid's own constitution. Yeah, the bid's constitution.
I think what I'd say is bids are membership organisations, and we're driven very much by what the members of this association, normally through their annual general meeting, they agree their work programme and the budget to match that. And that's what informs the request to Auckland Council for the amount of the bid targeted rate each year. In this specific case, yes, we did consult through the annual plan process, but subsequent to that, after that, and there was a timing issue here, the Business Association held a special general meeting where they did, as Mr Body pointed out, get a large turnout which voted overwhelmingly for a different amount of the targeted rate. So in that case, that was the information, the most recent information we had to go on as to what that business association was looking for from Auckland Council.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Deputy Mayor Simpson.
Thanks. Do you get a copy of all the bids AGM papers?
Through the chair, yes, we do. What we get every year is the whole suite of documents that are presented at every single bid's AGMs and then approved. We get them after they've been approved by the members. So their agendas, their business plans, their budgets for the upcoming year, their reports from the manager, the reports from the treasurer, we get the whole kit and caboodle.
That's good. The reason I ask that is, do you then have a look at that paperwork and maybe from your professional opinion look to highlight any maybe concerns you may have, and if you do, how are they followed up?
Yes, we do. We go through them very thoroughly, and we're quite greedy because we're focused on what we're looking for. We go through that paperwork. We ask for additional documents or things that we think are not kosher or things that are missing. And then the result of that process of reviewing them is a compliance report that goes to each of the local boards, all 19 local boards that have a bids, get a report saying effectively, we have reviewed the documents, we find your bid compliant. We might make some comments and say, such and such bid didn't produce a treasurer's report, or we might make some comments like that if there's a situation, and then it's the document that goes annually before the local board for their decision making, and their decision is to recommend to the governing body that the bid receive the next year's targeted rates.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, please.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Jill, and thank you, Claire. It's been my experience when things go off the rails a bit and we have a problem from what I've experienced, it's often because of a failure to communicate in a timely way. And I just wondered, Alistair, if you could comment on that, whether the information given me, I had problems with Dominion Road Business Association and the most recent experience that we've had, whether we could have improved our communication at a senior level.
I think the instance you're referring to there, Councillor, I was a bit tardy in responding to the chair of that business association, for which I apologise. Communication is key in all of these things, as are relationships. And if I look back over my years involved in the bid program, most of the issues that arise relate to some breakdown in a relationship between bid managers, staff, executive committee, local board members, or a member of the business association itself, and that's generally when we get pulled in to help mediate relationship issues in many cases. And we do get pulled in many different directions there, but timely communication there does help, and unfortunately I dropped the ball on that occasion.
Thank you for that. My second question is to you, Your Worship. In looking at whether we adopt this or not today, I have a real problem in that you have been consistent in your criticism of Heart of the City, and it suggests to me that you may have some predetermination when it comes to work around the Heart of the City, and I wondered whether you would incorporate, along with yourself and the Deputy Mayor, the Chair of the Budget Committee, to be there, because these will become binding on an incoming council, and it's just important that there is a measure of objectivity, even though we're not talking about major amendments, we're talking about minor amendments, but it's just the consistency with which the criticism has been labelled at Heart of the City that leaves me with a measure of discomfort. So I just wondered whether you would agree to put in Greg Sayers along with yourself and the Deputy Mayor to ensure that there is some further balance on approvals.
Well, you've accused me of being consistent. And that's I'm very pleased about that. It's an accusation I couldn't actually throw at everybody around the council here. And I remain consistent. But if you wanted to have Greg Sayers in there to check on my consistency, but I do think it would be good if they were called the Lower Queen Street Business Association, which would remove a lot of the need for my consistency.
Thank you for your gracious acceptance, but I guess it's Councillor Foley and Councillor Dalton that will have to approve the inclusion of the Chair of the Budget Committee, given that they moved and seconded the motion.
I'm sure they would. Right, yeah.
No big deal from our perspective.
They're agreeing that we can add in there if you like. Now, Councillor Sayers, this is your time. Okay, give us the benefit of what's happening in Wellsford.
All right, mate. If it's helpful for the two councillors who've moved it, look, and listening to the comments, I'm happy to be nominated if it's helpful. Right, where was I? Alistair. Right. I think one of the points Mr. Boddy was making, that the rules said that it had to be all businesses. He kind of emphasised that, and you've kind of explained why we can end up a gap between what's the businesses that are be able to be contacted and whose responsibility that is versus what the reality might be. So could you just give some level of comfort in terms of perhaps what that definition all businesses is? Because as a layperson, you'd think it might mean all businesses, right? Like everybody. So
All businesses, I mean, I don't want to overcomplicate it. It's almost as simple as it sounds. So that encapsulates sole traders, partnerships companies, whoever is operating a business from within the geographic area. And that does make it difficult to identify absolutely every business, because in a single premise, you can have several businesses operating, even sort of rent-a-desk type arrangements where businesses might come and go. So what we're really after here is the absolute best endeavours from the Business Association to get all of the businesses, so everybody can have a say. There are other mechanisms for people to have their say. I mentioned that we consult on this through annual plans and LTPs, and the formal vote or ballot process involved here, that's another piece of information that goes into the decision making.
I think that's helpful. So is there anywhere reference within the policy that we're about to kind of look at now and vote on that best endeavours is kind of the expectation, or some wording along those lines?
Yes, through you, the Chair, yes. We asked the bid to do, as good as job and as best they can to record those either trading or operating a business from within that area.
That's in writing somewhere, is it?
Yeah.
Right. And Alison, when you first kicked off, you talked, I don't know if you're trying to give us a lead or not, so I just want to clarify with you about how you don't have to stop this process today, but if as a group we wanted to do a little bit more work or background digging, or I just want to clarify what you're kind of perhaps suggesting to us, and if that was some sort of helpful suggestion.
All my suggestions are helpful, Councillor. What I was indicating there was you received somebody from the public today asking you not to approve this because they had concerns about an expansion process. What I'm saying to you is we're not proposing any changes to part of the policy that deals with that process. So if you collectively have concerns about how those processes are run from a policy perspective, approving the policy today won't change the status quo, and that you can ask us to go do further work on that and come back and potentially amend the policy further if you want. Doing what Mr. Body suggested and not approving the policy would actually leave it as it currently is, which he seems to object to, and not make the other improvements that we're recommending.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I should have been a little bit more clear, but that was helpful, as always. But were you suggesting, or could a way of making that work happen would be probably via resolution, or would that work that you'd go away and potentially just do off your own bat without us having to put a C up here?
In regards to that, the governing body received a petition last week from Mr. Body calling for an independent review of this matter. I also know that since then he's contacted the Ombudsman and asked the Ombudsman to look into this matter. We've received a request for information from the Ombudsman. So I don't think you need to put up a resolution requiring further work. We're looking at the expansion process, and Onehunga is already going on.
Councillor Foley, please.
Oh, sorry, Chair. I was indicating that I'd like to speak during the comments part, not questions, but thank you.
I'm having difficulty separating those, but Councillor Lee, please.
I'll reserve my right to speak, not at question time in the debate. Thank you.
Okay, on that basis, you guys can retire. Councillor Bartley's got one more question.
Maybe not for the bid team, maybe for Phil. I just had a question around the practice that this may set regarding the change to B around predetermination, because we all make comments about other organisations. Does that mean we're going to be, told that we can't be involved in some decision-making on it because of potential predetermination?
Very good question. In fact, if that is the case, then we'll have to be silent through the whole day. And that'd be a great leap forward, wouldn't it? I don't think... Same, me too. It's like voting continuously against extending the meetings. But Phil, have a go.
Yeah, no, we're a long way from establishing a precedent here that would disqualify people from speaking or being involved, is my judgment. The more complex answer about conflicts of interest and how they're managed, but we're dealing with a policy matter here. We're not dealing with a decision around the actual rate or anything, for one thing. And in any event, the bar is reasonably high, so no problematic precedent in my view.
Angela Dalton, please.
Sorry to prolong it, but it is just a question around conflict. So the Mayor has said that he's on many bids. So is there an issue with conflict with him signing off or even being involved in the vote? Just point of clarification.
That's is being on a BID a conflict, or is it a qualification? This goes back to when I was many years ago. I was on the board of TVNZ, and this came up because I owned one half of one station on Sky, who had 86 stations, and TVNZ had two stations, but they were very big ones, you see. And it was considered that my half of an 86th of Sky was a conflict. And so, and I thought, I agree, I'm going to get off so that you can have a board which has no conflicts and no knowledge or experience of television. And we know what's happened to TV. That worked well. So if you feel that I'm too conflicted by actually being on one, I'm happy to get off.
I'm just protecting you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much.
Could come back to haunt you.
But
it's ultimately for the individual, the Mayor in this case, to decide. I would observe that you've got two other members as a check and a balance, and there's a utility in people actually having experience with bids. So
and I'm only on one of 40 bids, not the whole lot of them. But there we are. Thank you for those questions. Thank you for saving me from the humility of... If you two retire now, I'm sure that Councillors Foley and Lee, who are the next two to debate this, will pour vision and clarity on this. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Councillor Foley.
Kia ora, thanks, Your Worship, and thanks, team. I've had a lot of experience with our bid team over the years when I was a member of the Otara Papatoi Local Board and working through the issues with some of our bids. Most of our bids are great, like Business Manukau, Getba and Wiri, but some of our smaller bids needed a lot of help, and as we all saw yesterday, a couple of those bids have ended up having no rate struck. And so I do want to commend the team for their hard work. They do go above and beyond. They've worked, we heard today that they've been working alongside one of the bids, Mr. Bodie, and the bid in Onehunga on a daily basis, just about. And I've certainly observed that in my own ward. So I commend the team for their hard work and their efforts across the board. It's not an easy job. And I really support the changes that they are proposing, because I think a lot of those changes would have been really helpful, for example, for Hunter's Corner and for the Manukau Mangere East bid if they were there before, because what it does, it just makes the policy a little bit more watertight. It gives our officers the ability to see those red flags earlier on. It gives some way to mitigate risk. You can never eliminate risk 100%, but, you know, like the officers were saying, this is about risk mitigation. So I support those changes being suggested by the team 100%. And then just lastly, I wanted to say in terms of the compliance reports as well and the red flags, I know that they do that because that's been my experience. They've poured through those documents that bids send through, and when they see the red flags, they bring that up with the local boards first, and then they work through that process. And unfortunately, sometimes we get to this point like we have with Hunter's Corner, for example, in Mangere East. So, yeah, absolutely supportive. Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks, team.
Yep, very good. Thank you. Councillor Lee, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I start, I want to put on record my objection to the string of comments you made about heart of the city. They're meant to demean people, but they turn out to be demeaning of yourself and the office you hold. In regard to bids and this particular report, I want to thank the officers and commend them for the report. It's very informative. In regard to business improvement districts, bids, as organisations, I recognise that many of them do very valuable work indeed, especially the ones in my ward, particularly Heart of the City. Put that on record. However, bids are an unusual beast. They form a kind of a bureaucracy, a semi-bureaucracy, many of them occupying a grey area between local government, local boards, and the private sector. Now, that has some positive aspects, but I think it also has some negative ones. Not all of them are mentioned in the report. One of the real concerns I find in some examples I've seen in the past, when it comes to a controversial development or disruption in a bid area, the manager, the chief executive, tends to get into a conflict situation where they come under pressure from, in essence, their employer, the funder, the council, and the small business people they're meant to represent. The report also talks about other negative aspects. I think the option one is a step in the right direction. However, given the length and the importance of the item, and indeed the breaking controversy about what happened in Onehunga, I think the option at this stage, taking on board the concerns of many of the bids, which may actually be reasonable, I think it's underdone, and we should be workshopping this ourselves before we make a final decision. As it stands now, for a number of reasons, including what we heard from the Onehunga business people this morning, more work needs to be done, more thought needs to be given, and the concerns expressed even by the bids who want no change at all has to be given further consideration if we're doing our job properly. Pushing this through right now, I think, would be a mistake. More work needs to be done on this before we can complete the changes that might be needed to our bid system. So I can't support option one. I recognise it's a step in the right direction, but the work is underdone. It needs more input, needs more discussion from the members of this council. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Dalton, please.
Thank you very much. And again, thanks to the team for the work they've done on this, and to our bids who do a really great job. Now, this policy has been out to all the bids. It's been out to all the local boards. The politicians have had their say and the bids have had their say. I know that 2 of my bids have fed back on this policy, and as a result, changes were made. It's good to go. It's ready to go. And it fills a gap. It fills a gap that has affected poorly councillor Fully's and Filipaina's areas, and it makes things more secure for us as a council, safer for the ratepayer. So support the bid policy going through, and thank the team for all of the many phone calls and meetings that they've had to get this to the place that it is today. Thank you.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. I'm going to put the thing. Anyway, all those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, carried. Thank you very much. We'll resume at 1:45. Good.
Yes, I have. Thank you.
Is it 1:45? Will be half an hour? Bloody hell.
Yeah, 1:45.
1:45. Position. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to resume, and I'm jumping about with the day's program. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
11, yeah.
Hey, we got 11?
Yep, yep, you've got enough.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, those two are over in the corner there too. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's cropped up that I might well have the opportunity to see the Minister of Transport a bit later in the afternoon, so I'm just going to bring forward 12 and 13, which run together, and they really are the big items of today, despite the fact we've managed to spend hours talking about things which weren't the big items of the day. 12 and 13 are inextricably linked. We have 12 is the infrastructure investment priority areas for investment, which sets out where we're going to do this stuff. But the contributions policy is the major event of the day as item 13. And so I'm going to talk about them as if they were one, although they're two very separate things. This is about the conflict between what ratepayers pay and what developers pay. So it's inherently confrontational between two groups. The developers want to obviously pay the least that they can, and the ratepayers don't want to have to pay for stuff that developers should have paid for. And so on the one hand, you'll have people saying, we haven't charged enough to cover the costs. And on the other hand, they'll be saying, I've charged so much we won't get any development. So it's a bit tricky. I unfortunately know quite a lot about this, having paid some DCs, and they're usually very large sums of money if you're the developer. And when you look at houses, some of these are getting up towards 100 grand a house, and so it's quite a lot of in some cases it's quite a large part of the actual house purchase. And if you're a developer and you're doing 70 or 80 houses, it's a big chunk of money. And so they don't want to pay it, but they should pay it. Not only have I paid these, I actually managed to foolishly go to court to try and oppose them, and I discovered the council has all the powers that they want. And I lost, which is a very educational experience, I can tell you. I have to say that there's a lot of reading, but for those of you who read through right through item 13's notes without even getting into the rest of it, there's a very good explanation of the options that we had there. It's a bit of a dry read, but it is a very good description of the options of how we do pay for this, and I commend you to read this. And in fact, if you go through the local boards, I reckon a vast majority of them do support this, although possibly not fully understanding everything of it. Waiheke didn't come in, which is fortunate because there's not really going there, but Aoraki made a very good one. They seem to have really understood the pressures and when there's enough money, people will spend money to defend what position they're trying to be on. So there's a bit of a background. So the first bit here we're going to now, investment priority areas, is kind of the high level stuff. It's setting the very high thing. And in both cases of both items 12 and 13, I've added a small recommendation at the bottom because if you've read through item 12, you'll notice that there's a bit of a chat about the impact of changing the footpaths back from 1.8 to 1.2 and how much. That's just a small example of the fact that we will be reviewing our engineering standards a lot, and that will have an impact on things. And I just wanted to have it so that when we do these things, that can be picked up and vary them in the future. Because in fact, even that example on 74 was a poor example, really, because grown-up places have different council requirements for footpaths, depending on whether there's one on one side of the road or one on each side of the road. So if you've got them each side of the road, you don't have to have them so wide. And also, we are about to be more involved in AT later in the year, and our standards and AT standards are not congruous. And we have had endless discussions about the need for more stormwater, and stormwater pipes are getting bigger because there's more rain, and we're understanding that. So we have to have the ability to, that's the point of that, as standards are varied, we have to have the ability for some variation to go, some flexibility in what is very large. You have to have some flexibility looking forward 30 years, admittedly, as well. So without further ado, I'll ask.
Do you want to move it now?
Yeah, I will move. I'm going to move both of them right now, actually. And they'll be seconded by the Deputy Mayor, both of these, so that they're on the board. They do run together a bit. I'm going to hand over to, Michael, are you leading it, or is there a champion of detail following through?
I'll act as warm-up.
And I have to say that there's one hell of a lot of reading in here, and as much as I pride myself as reading everything, there are a number of graphs in here that I've studied, and I'm having to take it as your word that you actually got all those numbers right, because it's just too bewildering. But you have to do all that detail, because when I lost my case over this, it was because I hadn't read the detail. And the detail, when it comes down to arguments over large sums, is where you win and lose. And so it's important that we have had that detail done. And so if you haven't managed to get it all, you'll get a good grip on this just by reading carefully again item 13's words. They're very well written on a very boring but incredibly important subject. Sorry about that big speech, but this is big stuff. Michael.
Thank you, Your Worship. So with me today, I've got Andrew Duncan and Beth Sullivan, and so we'll just give an overview to both items together, and then move into them. So items 12 and 13 are related to the investment the council will make in infrastructure to support growth, and how it looks to fairly share the costs of that investment between different groups. This is a complex but significant piece of policy that ultimately affects all Aucklanders. The focused approach to growth investment was first adopted in the 2021 long-term plan and reconfirmed last year in the LTP 24. The first report on your agenda plans out a program of infrastructure investment for these areas over the full period of their development, looking 30 years ahead. It ensures that assets are in place to support a growing and vibrant city. The second report proposes adoption of a new contributions policy. It ensures the cost of new infrastructure is fairly shared between developers and ratepayers. Without it, a disproportionate share of the cost of infrastructure would fall on ratepayers. So since consultation, the Council has gone to significant lengths to listen to a wide range of stakeholders to get the balance right as we finalise the policy. This has included carefully considering extensive feedback and reflecting the latest information around infrastructure needs and growth trends. Andrew and his team have presented the issues and options on these items to you in a number of workshops and have made themselves available for questions and discussion over the past week since this agenda was published. So given the complexity and the importance of the decisions in front of you, Andrew has a few short slides to walk through with the idea to introduce the key proposals, the options and the recommendations. So if we could have those, please.
So development contributions enable the council to recover a fair, equitable and proportionate share of the cost of investment to support growth in Auckland, to recover that from those who are developing. Now, the policy in front of you includes 19 billion of investment in projects to support growth over the next 30 years. DCs aren't the only funding source we use to help pay for this. We're looking to get 6 billion from DCs, around 6 billion from NZTA through the National Land Transport Fund for qualifying transport projects, and 6 billion for rates, from rates. If we don't get a fair share from DCs from developers, there's the risk that in the future there'll be higher demands on ratepayers to provide for this investment, or that development is delayed because infrastructure investment's delayed, or it occurs without satisfactory infrastructure in place. So the council consulted on the material and the documents in front of you for a couple of months from September last year. And since that time, we've given careful consideration to all the feedback we've received during that time period and afterwards. And all the issues raised have been carefully considered and checked. We've also done further analysis as officers, including internal reviews, substantial internal reviews, and checking of what we've put in front of you today. Now, advice in the report reflects changes to the recommendations from what we consulted on after considering the feedback and undertaking further analysis. The two biggest changes are an additional option for the nature and scale of investment in stormwater services in the Tamaki area, and to include some options for having a DC price that starts lower and rises over time, rather than the single price that we consulted on. So the first report on the agenda recommends Council make a commitment to a long-term investment over 30 years in the infrastructure to support growth in the investment priority areas of Mount Roskill, Tamaki, Mangere, and the inner northwest that you've identified as priorities to support growth in your long-term plan. Now, we've got a lot of input on the proposed investment program through consultation and subsequently, and we've reviewed and updated our cost forecasts. And some of the changes reflect a revised design and costing for the active mode corridor project in Drury, and that's brought the cost down from 65 million to 20 million. Adjusting how we're delivering on improvements to manage growth and transport safety in the Auckland housing program areas, and particularly Mangere. A changed approach to how we deal with footpaths in the housing program areas to still manage the increased traffic we're expecting to, walking traffic we're expecting to get, by moving from full widening and replacement to just extending the footpaths, and that can save 240 million over the planned 30-year investment. But the key choice in this investment commitment relates to the investment in the stormwater management in the Tamaki area, and what's required and the best approach to managing the impact that growth will have on stormwater. We're recommending an option which prioritises the investment in the upgraded pipe network to manage the impact that intensification will have in Tamaki on the hazardous flooding of roads and storm events that happen, within a 10-year period. Now, just note that all of these options have as a baseline investments in catchment scale projects in the Tamaki area to manage major flooding events. So what's being proposed in our recommended option, with the focus on the road safety, is still a significant improvement over what we would get if we didn't make those investments with the level of growth expected, but it requires less council capital investment and has a lower development contribution charge as a result. The second report you've got is recommending that you adopt the Contributions Policy 2025, Attachment A to the reports in front of you, and that would come into effect on the 1st of July 2025. Now, this updates the policy to reflect the investments referred to in the previous report, but it also updates the policy to reflect the investment commitments you made in the long-term plan across the rest of the city. The key option in front of you in this report, and there's a number of changes, but the key issue is our proposal to set a price in response to feedback, in part, received through consultation. And there was a concern that it will be fairer for development contributions prices to increase over time rather than remain flat. Of course, the flat price means you'd pay the same now as you do in 20 years. And we've got a couple of options there. Now, the single price and a price that adjusts over time are available to the council under legislation. I know most other councils do have a flat price, and we have had one historically. So we've got a couple of options for this, and what we're recommending is having prices start lower in the 25-26 year and then rise at the CPI, and that will be built from the Reserve Bank's midpoint for inflation, which at present is 2%. This means that we would still recover the full costs of growth attributable through this policy to DCs. We'd still recover that over time, so it's no effect on the council or ratepayers. But developers would pay a similar cost now and in the future, so a similar cost in real terms paid by current and future developers. So the updates we have made to the investment program and the proposed DC policy, along with the change to the pricing approach, have resulted in prices for next year that are lower than those included in the policy we consulted on last year, and you can see that on this slide here. So the current policy is in the left-hand column, and that's a single price. We consulted on a single price, the same price now as you might pay in 20 years. And the prices in the right-hand column, that's the price in the 25-26 year, it rises at 2% per year. And it also, it's reflecting all the changes I've just referred to in those two reports.
So thank you, Andrew. So that covers the key choices across the two papers, and we stand ready for questions.
Deputy Mayor, thank you.
Oh, thanks, Mayor. I'm not quite sure how you want to handle this. Do you want to handle questions on both?
Yeah, I think I will. The presentation is on both, but you can direct it more about one than the other. The first one's more about which areas are going to be included, but I'm not sure if that's all that controversial.
Okay, I'm not into the what so much.
Just ask about either of those two, and we'll let them sort it out. But they're inextricably linked. It could have actually been one paper.
Okay, my questions are around the actual DC contribution paper, right? You can never please everybody, can you? I mean, there's always a hard job between what the developers feel is fair and what burden should be on the ratepayer. So my question is, did the developers ever come to you with a kind of a joint proposal from the group themselves that would give us a bit of a steer from a number of them? Did they ever come back, to say, no, we don't like what you're proposing, but as a group, we think something else should apply? Did they ever do that?
A number of developers did suggest that we continue with our current approach of looking ahead 10 years and adjusting that at 3-year cycles. with each LTP as we do at present. However, we've explored that alternative and presented it, comments on it in the report. If we were to do that, it would have an impact on ratepayers, depending on which projects you count, $700 to $800 million over a decade or so, because the projects that we would be needing to do beyond 10 years now, we wouldn't get a share of those costs from the developers who develop early, and yet they're driving some of the need for that investment. Of course, what we've proposed price-wise means that the early developers are paying a bit less in real terms than the later ones, so there's an element of managing the impact on early developers reflected in the pricing proposed.
So that was my second question. This is point 20 in the report, right? Because I think this one is the one that I really want to hone into. So they are saying there's too much uncertainty in the future scale, pace and location of growth and the costs of infrastructure over a 30-year period, right? That's what they're saying. So for us to say, no, that's not right, because ratepayers would end up by paying more, you kind of talk big numbers, but I kind of want to think of it as rates increases, or I want to get a little bit more. Michael, do you need, I'm happy to wait for other people's questions while someone does the math, but what I just can't see, I'm trying to get in my head, is that balance between the developers, which it sounds a reasonable thing. They're saying, look, leave it as it is because we're just not sure. And you're saying, well, actually, if you do leave it like that, the ratepayers have to pick up the tab. And what I can't find, or please direct me in the paper if I can't put my finger on it, is the specifics. What's in it for what is the detrimental effect for ratepayers?
So we've estimated that about $700 to $800 million over the time. I suppose the key thing for us is we have done the work to look at what the cost is over the full term of the development. And that's why, it's part of why the council's gone to prioritising certain areas, because the work involved in planning out all of the infrastructure that would be needed to accommodate the full projected growth is pretty intense. And it's taken us a number of years. I mean, Drury has taken a number of years, same with the Northwest, and we're only partway there for those AHP areas. So what I suppose the key point is, yes, there is always uncertainty, and especially about the future, but we have done a lot of work and a lot of analysis to assess what infrastructure will be needed over the long term to support the growth we're seeing and forecasting in Auckland, and how much that might cost.
So if I was to put it really simply, you're saying, stepping back from the developers and stepping back from the ratepayer, this is the fairest balance between the two groups to deliver the outcomes that we need. Would that be a correct statement?
Yes.
Whatever we do, there's a tension here, and as I try to get the ones who don't want to pay will say it's going to put the price of houses up too much, and the other ones will say, well, we don't want to end up having to cop up later on for libraries and swimming pools, which will inevitably be asked for. And so
that's point 21, isn't it? Because is it true that higher DCs would lead to higher house prices?
Not necessarily. What happens is, if it's greenfields, and I've experience of this, if it's going to be $60,000, $70,000 for a DC a head, you'll do your analysis on the value of the land then the guy selling the land will try and sell it as if there was no DCs and get more. And the guys buying it will have to be sensible enough to know that we've actually got to cough up $64,000 for each of these houses, so the land's not worth nearly as much. So you annoy, what this does is it mostly annoys farmers flogging land who think they're going to get more, or Fletchers who bought land at too high a price before they realise what's coming. which isn't a bad thing really. And so it means that you've got to be very careful when you wander into this. And I think giving these out ahead is absolutely a good, clear thing to do, because otherwise you get... Why I went to court was because this was sprung on me later on. And I thought, yeah, that's not fair, as it turned out to be. Councils have a lot of power in these things, so we've got to get it right. So we are protecting the future, or the current residents and future residents of areas, because when you hear in Drury, they're claiming it's going to be as big as Napier. Well, that's not going to happen in 10 years, but it probably will happen. And so that's why they've gone from 10 years and out to 30 years, because these are long-term projects. And a lot of subdividers will tell you that 5 years is bloody quick to get even a small one going, from buying land to having sections sold. And so I think they've got a bit of flexibility by having the prices varying over a period of time. So they've discounted the long-term one, so that you start a bit cheaper now. It covers off a couple of things. We get some cash in the bank early, but on the other hand, they haven't built everything. But inevitably, the new city of Napier at Drury is going to require all the things that councils put in. And that's not in what typically as a developer I would pay for the roads and the footing and all that hard stuff that you see, and it's still there. But you try and close your eyes and not think about what you've done to the town. And I think you find that they're lower in the Auckland regional because that's a lot of that stuff is already there, and so we're not punishing the people for it. But it's admittedly, as we've got all those graphs in there, it's not an exact science, and I think you've done well coming up with something or other. And just explain to everybody, Andrew, what flexibility will remain here. I've also added in a last one onto the recommendations about the fact that we'll be reviewing standards on the way through, because you might have read a bit about 1.8 footpaths, and not doing those saves a lot of money, but we need to review our standards because they're all over the place and they're not defendable. And we have to have the ability that we're not overcharging or under collecting. And I'd be surprised if we get it, if whatever we decide is the best effort we've got, and it won't be exact. Is that right? You answer. I'm wandering into your territory, but...
Yes, there is uncertainty, as both yourself and the Deputy Mayor have said, Your Worship. As Michael pointed out, there's a great deal of in-depth planning and information being undertaken, and we have the flexibility. We're required to update our DC policy every 3 years. The Council updates its long-term investment plans in that cycle as well, and that gives us the opportunity to respond to new information, new forecasts of growth as they occur. But as you've pointed out, we are looking long-term, given the scale of growth that's forecast for Auckland and the scale of the infrastructure we require to support that, and we feel that it's appropriate to plan on that same time horizon. The forecast for Auckland's growth over the next 30 years, another 600,000 people come into Auckland, and we need to make provision for them, and by taking a long-term view, it enables us to do that.
And just finally, Your Worship, if I may, so as a result of the feedback from developers, you have started from a lower figure than what you went out for consultation with, haven't you?
Yes. So we've reviewed from the consultation, reviewed all of the numbers again, and looked at each item that they've proposed or suggested or asked we look at, gone through all that, and then one of the key points was this idea of whether we should stick with a flat price or have one that starts lower, ends higher, but still collects the same amount. And as we've done that, you've ended up with those numbers on the right in bold, and in each case they mean that the charge for next year, from 1 July for the first year, will be less than was proposed in our consultation document.
Councillor Newman, please.
Your Worship, I've got a number of questions. I listened to your question or preamble, but I I'm not quite sure. I'll have a go with the officers, and thank you for your work. Nowhere in the Local Government Act does it state that we have to design a development contributions policy on the basis of a question of affordability, the outcome of how much a house is going to cost. So I don't really understand why we'd be raising the issue of house prices with respect to contributions. This is a matter of what is the cost of the growth and how is that allocated based on causation, the principles, benefits received. I prefer the consultation proposal amounts in Drury myself. Just going through the schedules for the policy, it's a lot of information to try to understand, but a lot of these costs in relation to Drury actually start fundamentally with the cost of the land that's going to be required for this infrastructure. The cost of that is only going to go up over time, but we're going to go with a lower price point to begin with for an investment which is only going to have to appreciate based on the value of the land as we look to purchase it. Is that right?
We have built the cost base based on the cost we expect to pay at the time we expect to pay it. So the expenditure side of the calculation is based on the nominal costs at the time we expect to pay them, not in today's dollars. So that's been one of the things that's been pointed out by the developers, is that we have looked to forecast how much parcels of land or construction costs will need to be 15 to 20 years away, and considering that and built that into the costs we need to recover, and part of the discussion around using kind of an indexed pricing was to balance that out.
Okay, so if we look at, for example, transport, the transport development contribution is based on the schedule of projects as described in attachment B, and that's pretty well it now. For Drury, we're not looking to revisit the program for investment, the design of that. This is, unless we want to fundamentally go and restart the policy debate again, this is it?
Yes. And in looking at those costs, the price that escalates over time will recover the full costs that are set out in the policy.
Okay. It's a lot of information. With respect...
Sorry, just to correct that, or to add to that, sorry. There is, for Drury, for some parts of Drury, there is still work underway for additional investments in around the Opaheki and parts of Drury West. So those will come into the policy once we're able to do that work. That's in para 136. Yep.
Yeah. Does that require a consequential adjustment on the price? Because to me, this just doesn't look like it's enough to cover for the infrastructure that will probably be required there.
So our transport team will look at the development additional that Michael referred to and consider what those costs are. We would then look at adding those to our investment plans and the DC policy. That may only impact part of the Drury area, not all of it, depending on the nature of the investments.
Hang on, transport's a network, a growth-related network in that part of Auckland, so I would assume that we would want to try and get the contribution spread within the border Drury as opposed to a granular sort of assessment of...
Definitely, but Drury is quite a large area. It's going to have, I think, 22,000 houses, so we just need to check it isn't just one part of Drury, but all of it that fits in that network context, or whether it's a subcomponent of the network. It's just some technical stuff, but yes.
And my one other question at this stage, Your Worship, is when do you expect the report back on the update for that assessment? I mean, there's a lot more in the transport space to come, and that's even before Mill Road, albeit Mill Road is obviously Crown as opposed to us.
Yeah, so there's a number of items in the next steps of both these papers where work is continuing. I can't give you a timeline for when we'll look to come back with those. Part of that we'll need to take into account the work that the government are currently doing in re-looking at how local government recover the cost of growth infrastructure. And they're looking and have announced the start of the year that they're looking to bring in legislation to introduce development levies. Once we know the shape and timelines for that for them, then we'll need to consider the value in updating the DC policy in the meantime.
Just one final, Your Worship. I'm assuming that after our discussion the other day and reflecting on the open space policy work, that beyond all of this, you're going to have to go through those locations, peri-urban locations, which are going to expect a whole lot of growth for the pocket parks and land, because that's going to have to be part of your subsequent update as well.
Yes, correct.
Good questions, good answers. Councillor Sayers.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. I might just pick up on Desley's earlier questions, Deputy Mayor's earlier questions around the feedback from the developers. So I just don't want to make an assumption here, that's all. Was there any significant risk or concern around the figures or the modelling that we were using, presenting to them to make decisions from feedback? Like, were they comfortable with the data that we were providing?
So through the consultation process, there were a number of items identified where we'd made errors or they had questioned some of our numbers. We've been through, double-checked those, corrected them. We came back to you and mentioned those in our workshops. Subsequent to that, we've checked them again and again. But yes, and we've gone through and looked at those and checked everyone.
Thank you for that. Andrew, this one's probably for you, and that's just I came to the drop-in session, was it yesterday? Yeah, and I mentioned about there could be a paper coming from a Mr. Bill Foster from the Northern Action Group. I just wondered if you'd received that yet and if you intend. Okay, that's all right. Hope just when you do receive that, I just hope you might be able to digest and reply to it. That's all. And my concern around all of this is that, and understanding how it all works, there's in the unitary plan we have growth nodes and growth cities, and I'm aware of one particularly because it's Warkworth, and they've got structure plans in the unitary plan, and we know the population is going to grow there. Yet there's only identified areas that that can get the DCs in there to cope with the growth. Just by example, because I'm familiar with it, Warkworth's due to grow from 7,000 to 20,000+, but within half that time, it's probably going to reach that number. So my question is just what options are there for other areas that might have structure plans that need DCs in them to cope with the growth, not just the not the immediate growth, but there's also all the reserves and everything around that's associated with it. So what options are there for those parts of Auckland that find themselves in that situation to get the adequate funding to put in the infrastructure in advance of that housing?
Thank you for the question. Yes, so we've had a bit of think following our conversation. So this is one of the challenges with the DC regime. And to address that, the council brought in this idea of infrastructure priority areas. So there were specific areas where the council would plan for growth to occur, and part of the idea was to clearly signal to the market, to developers and ratepayers where we would be and where we wouldn't be prioritising infrastructure investment. And so we didn't signal or plan a full suite of growth infrastructure investment in Warkworth, and much of the growth in Warkworth is the result of private plan changes. Given DCs are a cost recovery mechanism, we can only charge them where we've planned for that growth infrastructure. I think this is one of the pros of where the government are looking to go with their
new scheme, one of their stated aims is something that's more responsive to where growth occurs and allows councils to be more agile in responding. So hopefully that will enable us to do what you've suggested and be more responsive.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
Thank you. I don't want to get, I welcome the fact that the Mayor has set the scene for being able to have this discussion around priority areas along with developer contributions, because I find it's like a jigsaw. We're bringing all these pieces together of planning work, and so it's important for me that I've got in my head the sort of principles that are going to underpin this. And what I want to test out, I don't want to get at this point to uncertainty and fairness about planning and cost escalations, because I think that's a rabbit hole that I don't want to go down just yet. I want to have a comfort in the scene setting, and I want to bring it into the context of all the other, we've been doing the open space policies, and we're doing a lot with the planning committee on enabling growth there. What is of concern to me is in identifying these areas here of the inner northwest, Mangere, Mount Roskill and Tamaki, it begs the question that with a lot of what is proposed for growth, there's a lot more brownfield. And I'm just trying to find the section that I'm just wanting to query you specifically on. I was looking at last night. We have consistently underestimated the cost of infrastructure in brownfield areas. And I really just want to tease that out a little bit more, because it then comes into what we later might decide to do around developer contributions. So just as an assumption at this point, I'd like you to speak to, in some ways, greenfield areas are easier at this point because you're starting afresh. But brownfield it proves to be a lot more problematic. And the assumptions are that somehow it will be, trying to find the section here on brownfields, the assumption is that it will be less costly, and that because there's already an infrastructure in there. Whereas what we do know is brownfield can be quite expensive. Do you want to just speak to that in a general way initially?
There's a couple of elements to that. First of all, some investment in brownfield areas, and even the ones where we're looking at quite intense development over and planning for that over 30 years that we've got on the screen there, doesn't cost as much as starting from scratch in the greenfields, and that will particularly apply to transport. However, there are some investments in the brownfield areas that do require more council investment, and that will be particularly evident in looking at what's required for stormwater in Tamaki. Now, it's not free in the greenfield areas, but the developers finance and do that investment. Whereas in the brownfield areas, where the development's going to be intense enough to require investment to manage stormwater impacts, we have to dig up the existing roads. It's a lot more expensive to do that than a developer to do it when they do other investment in the greenfields. The second element of your question is that the council staff have looked very carefully at the costings for providing the investment in the brownfield areas, using our own expertise and the expertise of external consultants to do as good a job as they can of figuring out what it might cost in these areas.
I'll come back. It's difficult dealing with both items together, but I'm just not quite persuaded on the modelling, on the costings around brownfield vis-a-vis greenfield areas at the moment. But I certainly really welcome that we are trying to better understand the cost of growth and costing out infrastructure. It's something I really, really want to see achieved, but just this brownfield issue is still troubling me. Thanks.
Thank you for that, councillor, and I do understand that is why I brought the two together, because they're a bit hard to separate. They have impacts on each other, so questions across both and further clarity as the debate goes on is fine. Councillor Turner, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking at the figures. The inner northwest has jumped to the highest number now, basically, and I'm thinking of the situations where like the Red Hills development, where 400 houses were allowed to go live before they were connected to sewerage, and is now having tankering take place, etc. Is this dollar value for the Northwest having playing a catch-up role in there?
So the investments proposed for the Northwest don't include water and wastewater. That's provided for by Watercare, so it's not included in our policy. There isn't the investments that have been planned out here reflect what's needed to support the growth, some of which has already happened, but that we need looking into the future. To the extent the growth has already happened, that cost is not being passed on to the developers that will occur next. That falls onto the existing ratepayers. In part, that's why it's important if we adopt this policy now, it means developers who develop from this time or lodge their consents from this time will be paying a fair share of the costs of the investment required there. I think the growth forecast in the northwest, that broader area, is getting up to the size of, maybe not quite Tauranga, but Napier Tauranga size of a city developing in that area.
Thank you. I have spoken to the Watercare board when I've been there and asked how their IGCs are meshing with these policies, and they seemed satisfied that and they said that there'd been a lot of work between the two, you guys and them. So, again, as everyone says, it's pretty complex stuff, and I have to rely on your professionalism and expertise. But so I understand what you've just said. I would, also just flop that back onto it might be the water infrastructure I mentioned, but it's the other infrastructure seems to be trailing in the same sort of manner. Some of my questions about flexibility have been answered. I've got here written down here flexibility and agility. I've had a number of people reach out to me, as to all of us, and some individually, and I've had people complaining from opposing sides of the argument, which worries me that it's not entirely correct. So you did mention, though, about this being reviewed in 3 years along with the LTP. It'd be a 3-year review. So what is the agility? This is a long-term plan, but what is the agility to manoeuvre should we find we've got something fundamentally wrong, or would you argue there isn't anything fundamentally wrong?
No, that's always a possibility. And the council has a number of ways in which we can respond. So yes, we will need to update the policy in 3 years because the council will adopt a new long-term plan. And given a change in the investment commitment and the projected cost of that, then the contributions policy would need to be updated to recover that cost. If the intentions were wrong, that were changed, or if, for example, the costs came in significantly under, then there's a mechanism for the council to address that and pay back DCs if in the ultimate case.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to turn my camera off. My phone's going flat. So the last question, from what developers and people who've got in touch with me have said, is that we're just going to drive that development out of the inner northwest and to the cheapest place available. So Mangere, for instance, or is with that huge discrepancy between the lowest number and the highest numbers, is that a valid comment that they've made?
So this is something that we've given careful consideration to, and His Worship answered it in part by referring to the impact that DCs have on land prices. And once that's been reflected, we would expect developers to build where people want to buy houses. And some people already want to buy in Mangere, and some already want to buy elsewhere. That'll be reflected in the overall market for houses, and the underlying market for land prices is already starting to reflect some of the DCs. So there will be some movement in the short to medium term, but we expect in the longer term land prices will move to an equilibrium and development will occur where people want to buy houses.
I suppose the other point to make here is the purpose of the policy, right? So the purpose of a contributions policy is to fairly share the planned and experienced costs of the infrastructure investment. There is no purpose of the policy to drive demand towards one area or another, or think that's maybe other things that look to achieve that, but that's not the contributions policy. Contributions policy is about fair sharing of the costs. And so we can only charge to an area a charge related to the costs that serve growth in that area.
I think, Ken, you might know that jump there might suggest that the 25 grand was wrong. It's an area which probably in the past have underestimated the stormwater problems out in the northwest. And so just because someone got away in the past doesn't mean we shouldn't do something about it for the future. I think
fair enough. And if it brings better rate drains and maintenance, then I'm happy.
Well, you want to pay for all those drains to be cleaned, but I want to pay to make sure we've got some drains to be cleaned. Okay.
Good.
Councillor Hills, please.
Order, and apologies again for not being in person and for my voice. The few questions, I guess, thanks for the changes. I obviously support this direction because it's a limited tool we have, but was very concerned about some of those costs at the beginning. My concern is, and I guess to Councillor Fletcher's point, it does show that actually most of the time the brownfield is about half of what the greenfield is. But my concern is still with Tāmaki. I know the policy will say that it doesn't make a huge difference, but because the discrepancy will create a donut essentially for Tāmaki, what is our kind of economic advice or the advice here on that quite dramatic cost for that suburb? Or is it just unavoidable because there is no stormwater there right now, or very little?
Yes, you're right in regard to the stormwater question. And so there will be the investments that are proposed will ensure that the development that's going to occur in Tāmaki happens with a good level of stormwater service. If you're looking at the comparative costs from a developer's perspective between Tāmaki and the greenfield area, in Tāmaki you'll get all the things that DCs covers, including stormwater, for say the 71,000 if you're connecting to the network we're going to invest in. If you're in the northwest, you'll pay 72,000 to the council for transport, and parks and community facilities, and then you'll have to go and build the stormwater works yourself as you develop. So the comparative cost will be higher by that than is what is reflected on the board here.
Okay, and the elsewhere in the region figure staying the same in the end, are you saying that's not really the same because we're using the CPI over time, so it actually does cater for what we need?
Yes.
The 20 to 20. Oh, there was a yes. Sorry.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. The feedback we've had from some of the local boards, I still feel like people don't necessarily understand the policy. If you look through the spreadsheets, there's hundreds of projects that have already been completed or half completed, or were, there's some parks on the North Shore that you've got on the funding list that were purchased or built like when I was a kid. So can you just explain a little bit, because of course local boards start going, well, why don't you put these 9 projects in? We're still claiming development contributions for projects that have happened. Can you just explain how that works? Not just for me to explain it to them, but I think there's a bit of a confusion that it's new money for new things and we'll all be excited because suddenly I've got 1,000 new residents and they can build 1,000 new things in my ward.
Yeah, so, and this is one of the reasons why this is highly complex. The team, when building the policy, go through each project by project, and resultant asset by asset, and establish what capacity that can serve. And serving that capacity can take, like as you've mentioned, in examples of some of the parks purchases or large transport infrastructure, for example, filling that capacity can take decades. And it's most appropriate that we still continue to recover the cost of that investment over the decades that it takes for that capacity to be fully taken up.
And that's why, in part, it supports the argument for looking 30 years ahead in these areas we've identified as investment priorities.
So it might happen the other way. Because can we do we talk about, because obviously we're paying interest on that capital now that we've borrowed that we'll pay back with DCs. Does that get considered? Because I think on the North Shore, it was about $60 million worth of DCs that have been spent but not collected yet.
Yeah, so any interest that's related to the DC policy is built into the DC price. So if we were to buy something now that's going to serve over a bunch of time, that the interest would come through into the DC price.
Okay, and I think a lot of the feedback from the developers was, these prices seem out of whack, and of course we've gone back and you have changed some of those. But how do we, and it's a broader comment, right, and it probably is to the Mayor and Revenue Committee's better value projects work, but how do we get a change in the approach from the big players? Sadly, I look at some of these figures and think, yes, they look overinflated now. Probably when they're built, we'll be charged double what we've expected. Is there more work going on and how we can get better procurement and reduce these costs? Because it does seem eye-watering, the expectations. But sadly, what I've seen, if you look 10 years ago, the prices end up being, I guess, what they are. But is there more work that will help this over time? Because that's what I think the concern is.
Yes, I think you're correct. That projects like the better value projects, the new rules we've brought through our financial strategy are all focused on ensuring that council gets best value, and we will continue to update our forecast costs as we've mentioned before. As we go through each long-term plan process, we'll be updating those cost forecasts for the latest information we have.
I'd also note that Michael and some of my colleagues are working with some of the bigger developers to see whether there are opportunities to work alongside them to bring some of these investments forward, which would both have benefits for the cost of the investment that would flow through to ratepayers and developers, but also to allow development to proceed. And if they can come up with something that's a win-win for both sides, I'm sure that they will look to take those opportunities.
And could that drop the land cost component of some of these assets, which seem to be big costs?
Yes. Of course, one of the things with the land cost is we've worked closely with Beth, with the
I just lost you if you're still speaking.
Oh. Over to me.
Good. Sorry.
So we've worked with various experts around the pricing of land and things like that, and for the forecasting of land going forward.
Okay. And the last question, I guess.
One of the things with land going forward, of course, is that while we may have some high costs in there, based on that expertise Beth referred to, often it might be some of the major developers that we're buying that land off.
Yeah. Right. So it's a bit cyclical. Okay. And the last comment, so you've got a third up there, NZTA council, rates DCs. But if you incorporate the funding we're picking up for previous projects or projects that have purchased free now, do we have an idea of the overall percentage of what the DCs actually pay for? Like on some of the list, it says it's only 20% of a project. The rest, I assume, is rates. But overall, is it a third, you think?
We'd have to go away and check that one. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
Maybe one of the things there, Richard, is that the big projects are episodic. You know, we put in a big stormwater system, and we will have collected some of the DCs before that's done, and some of them after that's done, and it will all add up to be the right amount of money, because the development and availability of sections is more steady, but the actual provision of big roads or big stormwater systems is episodic. So this has to have, there will be times when people can say, oh, we've paid already and it hasn't happened. But without that, it won't happen. And there'll be other people who say, well, there you are, you've had it, and now why are we having to pay for it? Because, and if we've heard, as I think Councillor Turner said, that he's had people saying on both sides of the argument, saying we've got it wrong, probably tells me we've got it right. Because there will be developers who think it's costing too much, and there'll be other people who are saying it's not enough. So there you go. Councillor Bartley, please.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. My question is around Tamaki. I suppose I'm seeking clarification, reassurance that what we will support or put through doesn't mean flooding is going to happen in the areas that are not connected to the main road networks. And I ask that because I also see point 127 in the risks that the target service standards may not be achieved if property owners fail to properly maintain on-site systems.
So I can answer that one through the chair. The proposed network upgrades in our alternative option address not just the areas that where there's hazardous flooding on major roads, but also pick up large areas of the catchment that have no stormwater at the moment that is served by soakage. So we believe that the proposed upgrades address the most significant public risks. The pipe network is not there to solve large-scale flooding. It's there to solve the nuisance flooding and road flooding in like a 1 in 10 year scale event. So it's about drainage, the management of nuisance, more so than resolving large-scale flooding. There are large-scale flooding projects within the policy, such as the stabilisation of Amaru Creek, Boundary Reserve, and so forth, and those are the big projects that are targeted, and they are within both options.
Okay, all right. That's reassurance. Yep, thank you. My other question is around the move from 10 years to 30 years. And this is following on from Drury, and I just need to know, are we treating the rest of these areas like a one-size-fits-all with Drury? Because do we have any certainty around the costs that will be needed in 30 years' time, and noting that it's also identified as a risk in point 124? about the uncertainty of future costs. So should we be going ahead with the move to 30 years?
While we're applying that methodology from Drury, i.e. the moving to a 30 years across, we're basing the cost estimates and the growth forecasts on specific analysis that the teams have done for each area. For example, in areas such as Tamaki, Mount Roskill and Mangere, we're working really closely with Kaingaora, who are, the dominant landholder in those areas, and working with them really closely on what their plans are for the areas, and then also alongside that, detailed work on the investment required. Sorry.
Just to add that we have developed a specific brownfield costing methodology for transport and for stormwater for Tamaki. That was the first time that we've done this, so that's going to be a template for brownfields going forward. But as we go into other areas, we will review it specifically for each area.
Okay, thank you.
And the underlying methodology that's been used was developed for Drury, that's now been developed for the brownfields. We had that reviewed before we proceeded with Drury by Deloitte's, and we've taken into account the feedback they gave us in 2022, and the work that Beth's referring to has been substantially supported. Becca for transport, and I think Alta is the name of the stormwater company that was helping our team. So it's our internal expertise and external expertise.
Thank you. That counts. Deputy Mayor Simpson, please.
Sorry, Mayor, to come back to me again, but I'm just trying to be really clear what would happen if we don't agree to this, right? So if we don't agree to this, is it true we will forego early developer revenue that will impose at least 1.1 billion on ratepayers, which is the equivalent to a 44% rates rise? Or it floods.
It is correct that not adopting this policy means that the council will forego, will not be able to recover some of the costs of its investment over time, and or will need to withhold some of that investment and place reduce service levels or place additional risks to Aucklanders.
All that happens is that the developers make a windfall, and it doesn't result in cheaper houses. Everyone just create a windfall, or either that we're creating a hole for problems for ratepayers in the future, and as they don't do stuff, because we talked about cleaning drains, we've got to have some drains to clean, and so this is a very, very important thing that we do, and I think we've heard that it's been very well analysed. I think that the team over there have presented a very complex thing, both in the written and the answers forms, to make this worthwhile. So I thank you for the high quality of questions and debate, and you guys can step back, and we have to have a debate, we will want it done, but essentially we did that. Okay, Kieran wants to have first round at the debate.
Last question. It was just to say, really, because obviously it's a big jump in the amount. So, do you think that we've been behind in actually making those decisions to increase them?
It is true that people have begun development in these areas, and because we haven't planned for the investment, and we're not able to, and are only now putting this policy through, that they have paid less than they would have paid, they would be paying from 1 July. So, yes.
Good question, good answer. Thank you. Step back. Anybody want to debate about this now? Well, that was a fairly debatable thing there. Councillor Sayers wants to debate it, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm
an
just
area where they probably should have charged more, I should say.
I'm going to just push the point about areas of Auckland that are under heavy growth that aren't receiving the any DC funding. I understand the whole context of it, but I just need to put the argument forward because it's not just in Rodney, but there are many other wards that are under the same pressure and others that might not even know they're going to be under this pressure because a private plan change hasn't gone through and suddenly created that pressure. So I guess it really comes back to this idea of these IPAs and all being foreshadowed and take so long to calculate and you know, because of that process, areas like, and I'll just use, again, not trying to be too parochial, but I do understand the Walkway situation, whether or not they can't be reflected in the 10-year plan. It's just not there yet. The growth is real, it's happening today as we speak, and it's happening elsewhere across other councils' areas as well. And we can't get access to any funding. So it's all back to front. The cart is leading the horse, it would seem to me, rather than the other way around. What we actually need is a pool of money that can be tapped into and used to provide the infrastructure, the roads, the parks, etc., the community facilities, as and when required. Just looking at my notes to make sure I haven't missed anything there. You know, it's this funding also, look, we have regional parks, we have tourists, we have Aucklanders travelling all over the place to visit key areas. If we don't have those areas up to scratch and fit for purpose, it not only impacts immediate residents, but it's also, you know, all those visitors. I'm thinking the ones travelling up to those beautiful regional parks, enjoying those. We want those kept, and we need to develop them and get the management plans across the line. We have tourists coming in and wanting to enjoy those same beautiful jewels in the crown of right across all of Auckland. Won't be able to get there and enjoy them. So I'm happy to probably support this, Your Worship, but I just wanted to make the argument that, and the only light seems to be at the moment, you know, this levy coming through the central government at some stage to try and make this a better situation where the horse is in front of the cart. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I think you're in an area where some of the people are saying these aren't big enough, but it's not an exact thing. I think we've got pretty good. Right over, that's all I've got there, so I'm going to have a nerve of trying and move these there. Consequential, number 12 has to be passed for number 13 to make sense, so all those in favour of number 12, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, carried. Number 13.
Aye.
Oh, number 13, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, carried.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Walker.
Sorry, Mayor, what was in the red that was scrolled?
That's okay.
It's easy for you to say. The bit at the bottom, we just added that we are going to review standards because our standards are not agreement across the thing. And just to have flexibility, so if that produces in a lower or upper one, that goes into the case along with the other flexibilities. But I think you just passed a very important
point of order, Bishop.
Set of documents here.
The issue with some of the stuff, and I mean, it may well, you might regard a better value product, but I mean, if potentially a shared path gets reduced down to a small footpath, I'm not sure that's better value. I've been getting some projects that I want that you would probably regard as gold plating, but they're there for a specific purpose, and I'm not quite sure the benefit of that, because that's quite a subjective.
It's just giving a bit of flexibility to show that if and when we get our standards, design standards right, which they're not at the moment, they're all over the place, that we still have a defensible way of slightly adjusting so that we don't put at risk the whole process of development contributions. It's kind of just a little bit of a flexibility. I think lack of flexibility will sometimes drop us in the financially anyhow, so I'm happy with that.
The issue is, Your Worship, I mean, I don't know, you've already passed it, you've declared it carried, but I'm sorry, it is difficult to understand who's going to, I mean, developers will argue that you've already passed it, so I can't intervene, have I?
Okay. If it gives councillors some comfort, I don't think this necessarily presumes a reduction in standards. It simply seeks that we're doing some work, which is what we actually committed to do, through, management-wise, through the Better Value Projects work in any event. So,
I'm almost sure it'll be a bit of both. I think you might find some of the rating standards might get cheaper, but I think the stormwater standards will go the other way. Okay, Councillor Darby.
Sorry, you've gone back to the other one. Just a question on the Auckland Housing Program. A lot of this work is premised on that big focus in, Roskill and other areas. What is the status of the funding agreement on the Auckland Housing Program that I think, are we still awaiting government to sign up to that agreement? Is anybody, sorry, I should have asked this earlier, but.
Yeah, can we just a point of order? I just want to clarify because it's all passed. Can we get them answered offline?
I was just saying, look, I'm not entirely sure about the actual agreement, but we have met with Kāinga Ora and they did get budget or retain budget in the latest government budget decisions around the large-scale projects. It is a limited time frame, I understand, so they're working it through as well. And I know that KO are also working directly with Tamaki Regeneration Company as well in terms of the budget they have for that Tamaki area as well.
It just appears from some of the public statements ministers have made is that they're backpedaling, like the whole development program of Kāinga Ora has shrunk. More than half of the staff have been expunged, and so the future does not look like there is a development program. So, and the premise of that is that there is a major anchor in Auckland of the Auckland Housing Program, and we're hanging our hats on that and signalling to the balance of the development community that we shall charge accordingly. And I'm a little bit troubled by the actual situation. It appears, that's unconfirmed, but it appears that the public sector housing program led by government is being shrunk so severely.
I might be able to throw a bit of light on that. You'll know that I've been very concerned about the lack of progress at Mangawhau Station, which is probably our biggest opportunity in the city for a major infusion of population in a concentrated manner. And one of the blocks there is Kāinga Ora, and it is unknown. So it's going. That block will become into our influence as to what happens there, and I think that the private sector will be encouraged to take up. A lot of what Kāinga Ora is holding is for private sector development, and I think that they do own the land, and they'll be bringing more private sector into that, and that's what's supposed to happen to make up for that. But it will have some impact, mostly on the government's finances rather than ours, and it doesn't impact upon the need for us to be collecting development contributions. In fact, it makes it even more important that we do that.
Look, probably for the Policy and Planning Committee, but it would be good to get an update on what we actually do know about the direction that government is taking on the Auckland Housing Program. Through the Chair,
look, absolutely, and so we've had an initial conversation with Kāinga Ora to understand it. They're still understanding it, and I'm happy to do that through Councillor Hills. Yeah.
Okay, we're done on that one. Thanks very much. I'm going to go back to item 11, and I'll welcome the group back here to Future Fund, and would Councillor Fletcher, you like to move this? I'll second it on that basis. And where the fuck is page 11? Right, we're considering the Future Fund's performance and our feedback on their draft statement of intent. This is quite a good result in the global turmoil recently. The share price has dropped by 4.5% since we sold them as well. Councillor Fletcher's going to move this. Once you've presented, I'll ask Councillor Fletcher to sum up things as well. Okay, off you go, please.
Kia ora koutou, councillors. I'll just give a short introduction, and next to me are my colleagues Andrew John and Megan Holly from the Group Treasury team, who are also here in support of this item. So as the Mayor's outlined, this report covers two aspects: the proposed shareholder comments on the Future Fund Statement of Intent for 2025 to 28, and the first quarterly report from the Future Fund covering the period 1 December through to 31 March. So for the proposed shareholder comments component of this is sort of the next step in the statement of intent process. You'll recall the governing body issued the letter of expectation to the Future Fund back in February, and then by 1 April we received the draft statement of intent, and then those high-level themes and points of feedback on the draft SOIs were workshopped in a joint workshop of the Transport and Infrastructure and Resilience Committee and the CCO Direction and Oversight Committee, and those comments as it relates to AFDL are reflected in this report for your formal approval. And so those comments came from feedback from council staff and from Hokura, the Independent Māori Statutory Board Secretariat. So the other shareholder comments have been, for the other substantive CCOs, have been approved earlier this month at their respective committee meetings. And then pending your agreement to the shareholder comments as set out in this report, the Mayor will provide those in writing to the Future Fund. And then once they've received them, a CCO board must consider the shareholder comments and then provide council with a final statement of intent by 31 July. So I'll just pass very briefly to Andrew, just to give a few points as it relates to the quarterly performance.
Thanks, Sarah. Just on the quarterly performance, as this is the first quarterly report, it relates to 4 months since they sold the shares, because they sold the shares in December. But going forward, it will continue to be a 3-month report. Just some key highlights to note was the sale of the shares in this quarter. It was higher than budget. The establishment of the liquidity facility between the fund and Auckland Council. Progression on the local bill. Just a few points to note on the quarterly results. The balance of the fund at the end of the quarter was $31 million above the budget. This was due to the selling price being higher than the budget. The return for the quarter, however, was at 4.37%. As you may recall, the budget, the forecast from the fund is expected to be 7.24%. However, note that because of the higher sale price, the forecast dividend from the fund is expected to be about $4 million higher than budget at $38 million. The fund is expected to pay this at the end of the financial year on 30 June. We are forecasting at 30 June, the fund value will be about $10 million higher than budget. The return from the fund over that period will be around 4.15. The fund at the moment is going through a process of appointing the global investment managers. Given it's such an important task, they're taking their time over this, and they're hoping to have this process finished by the end of by June. In the meantime, the funds are held in term deposits across multiple banks. This has ensured that the funds return some capital at the same time. It has preserved the capital value as well. Just finally note that, as the Mayor alerted to, right now the share price is at 768. So it's about 5% lower than when we sold. That's about $64 million better off we are at the moment. And if we had invested the funds in just a global index when we sold it, we would be around 1% better off compared to the 4.37 we were at the quarter. With that perspective there.
That's all from us, and just happy to defer to Councillor Fletcher, and then happy to take any questions.
So do you want to speak now, or do you want to wait till the end?
Oh,
Councillor?
I'm happy to say something now, I'll answer any questions as well. I want to acknowledge the staff. The situation for council is favourable, but because of the timing of this in this quarter, it probably looks unfavourable because of the fact, because of the return and the expectation of return. But as Andrew has explained, we're actually in a much better position because of the term deposits, with the global investment manager yet to be appointed, and that investment, which is going to enable the 7.4 return of expectation. But the bottom line is council's in a more favourable position. It's just a complex accounting situation. So I want to again acknowledge the hard work during the startup phase of the directors that we have. They are meeting regularly. It's been fantastic having Meg and Holly working directly with them, and the oversight that is provided there. I'm well pleased with the progress that is being made, but I wouldn't want people to misunderstand this, what appears on paper to be an irregularity, which in actual fact isn't.
I agree with you. So questions to either Councillor Fletcher or Sarah, Megan and Andrew. Councillor Filipaina.
Thank you, Chair, and kia ora koutou. I got a question, and it's about the 38 million expected to be paid to council. Now, I'm trying to understand that the airport shares, am I reading correctly that as a result of the airport shares, and you've had the long-term plan forecast, when the airport shares were sold, they were sold, I think, if I look at number 22, it was $8, or where is it? It was $8.08 per share, which increased it. So if it was still the LTP projections, how much would Auckland Council have been paid on the 30th of June? So I think, just to clarify in my head, what's the difference between the projected and the actual sale that ended up going into the future fund as a result of the airport shares?
So the amount that went into the future fund was $31 million more than was projected. So we were assuming in the LTP, the share price, that we would sell it at $7.89. We sold it at $8.08. So that was 39 million. That resulted in $31 million more going into the fund.
Oh, okay. So we would have got, if I take that, we would have only got 7 million. If it hadn't been sold for the higher price, we would have only, council would have only got 37 million back.
No, so we got $31 million more.
I understand
from the
that.
sale.
I understand,
Yeah.
but that more cost was as a result of the airport shares being sold for $8.08.
That's correct. Yeah, that's correct.
Right?
That's correct.
But if we ended up just selling them for the long-term plan projected price, because currently they're $7.68 at the moment, if they were sold at the long-term price, what I'm saying is that if it wasn't for the $8.08, we wouldn't have this extra 31 million. And with the long-term plan projected value, which would have then had us only getting 7.
From a dividend point of view, the 38 is the dividend we will receive from the fund. if we had sold the shares at the LTP price, we would have got 34 million as opposed to 38 million. Because we sold it at a higher price, we are getting $4 million more in extra dividend, because the dividend is based on the value of the share, of the value of the fund on day one. So that's, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know too.
It was,
Councillor?
yeah, it was also not just.
Is that all your?
Oh, you know, sorry, and I've got one more question.
I was just going to add that as well as the share price being higher, or the sale price being higher, the transaction costs were also lower. So between the two of them, we ended up with a net price much higher as well.
So my supplementary question is based just on what you've said around the transaction cost. To set this all up, because I know there was a price that was mentioned earlier, and that was about $500,000, I think. Did we get close to that $500,000 for setting up the Auckland Future Fund?
Yes, so that's separate than the airport share sale. They're separate for the actual setting up the Auckland Future Fund. So it was $300,000 that was set aside in the LTP for the setup costs, and we hit about $298,000. So we're bang on.
So to the CEO, I know there was a projected 500,000. Can you just let me know how much it cost? I'm assuming from what I've been told is about 300,000 to set up, and not the 500,000 projected. Am I correct in that, or it was about 500,000?
I haven't got the numbers in front of me, but I think broadly you're right. It was less to set up than what we'd originally indicated by way of budget.
Okay then.
No, I think I understand the way in which Councillor Filipainen may be heading with this, but again, I think it just shows the quality of the directors that we have that were able to ensure that transactional costs were kept to an absolute minimum, and it's something that perhaps can provide a roadmap for other entities into the future.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor, for that answer as well. Councillor Ferry, you have a question.
Sorry, I just have a slight situation with a child at home, so I'll try to ask it very quickly.
To you if you like. Do you want me to come?
Yeah, if you've got other questions, that would be great. Thank you.
No problem. Come back to you.
Thanks.
Councillor Darby.
Thank you. Thanks, Sarah and team. So this is a report. It's got two parts to it: SOI feedback and also the Q3. I appreciate that this is like it's the first report, but going forward, Sarah, would one of the trustees, the chair, would it be usual for the chair to come before us on the reports?
So the way it operates in the CCO direction and oversight context, which is probably the one you're most familiar with in terms of the other substantive CCOs, is we don't have the chairs come in each quarter. They come in for what we call a deep dive session, sort of. It ends up being 2 or 3 times a year and so we sort of take the quarterly reports largely as we present those and take back any queries, and then it gives an opportunity rather than sort of troping through everyone to have one deep dive session, and I suppose that's certainly open to this. We're obviously in the current term, and at the moment this material comes to the governing body, but I mean that's certainly something for the governing body or a future committee to consider about how they might like to structure that engagement with the Future Fund, appreciating that by the nature of its business, there's not things that don't sort of change as frequently or as many updates to provide as maybe you might have in the context of some of our other CCOs.
Okay, look, that's understood. Thank you for that. Just in terms of the decision on the global investment manager or managers, it could be plural, that hasn't been taken yet. And how long have the trustees been in market looking for somebody, and what knowledge do we have about when a decision is likely to be made on a global investment manager or managers?
The directors first started looking for potential investment managers in pre-January, just kind of having a scope out of who might be helpful to invite into the RFP. Oh, sorry. So in January, they started looking at potential candidates that they would like to invite into the RFP. That went out in I think February or March, and they've come up with a short list that they are doing kind of a further discussions or kind of identifying who's going to be the best person.
So it's advanced in the next couple of weeks, but yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. And on the SOI, I notice that under purpose, the purpose is to maintain or increase the real value of assets put into the fund. Why? And that's also stated also, I think, no, I'm just going to, then it goes on in the part 2 to provide a strong return to council. Why do we use the word to maintain? Why is the word maintain there when our expectation was to grow it, to increase it? That was the absolute assumption when the councillors and I supported selling the airport investment, was to grow it, not to maintain it. I understand to keep and not go backwards, but the focus there and the purpose was to grow it. Now, can you just explain why we're using a word like maintain? It feels like a backstop. And I don't believe, and I have to add comment here, I don't believe it was the intent of the councillors who voted for it to maintain. It was an absolute go grow it.
The purpose in the statement of intent is taken from the Auckland Future Fund distribution policy that was set in the LTP of that's the purpose of the fund. So that hasn't been something that the board or ourselves have changed. That's just been what's in the policy. I think it comes from the concept that 2% is always going to be retained in the fund for inflation. So it's kind of two parts. So there's always the distribution and money being retained into the fund. So I think that's what it's trying to communicate. It'll be reviewed, I guess, in the next LTP. So we feel like it's not working how it should be. That's something we could review then.
So that's not something we're being asked. This paper actually is asking for feedback on the SOI, right? So is this not something that we can provide as feedback now? I mean, mine's just one view. I think it should be more honed and focused on growing the asset and not maintaining it. Yep. So is this not the opportunity? Is it a policy decision as opposed to an SOI decision?
So the word in the SOI reflects the policy that's in the LTP. It also reflects what is built into the trust deed. So that is what you see in the purpose there reflects the trust deed and the LTP policy. So it's not something that can be sort of changed in isolation of those other policy documents.
Okay, I take that point, but I do want to express concern about that going forward. There's also mention about the Auckland Council Responsible Investment Policy, and it states there that the Trust will work with staff on reviewing the policy. Now, I'm actually quite concerned about that statement as well. I'm not sure where that comes from, because this council has just reviewed the policy in June 24, and it looks like the trustees don't quite like the policy, and they're going to work with us to review it. It's for this council to state whether it's going to review it. So what are they saying there? What are they saying about the responsible investment policy?
So when this council reviewed and agreed that responsible investment policy, there were a number of concerns raised, and you kind of wanted to look at it further. And the advice was that, you can review that at any point in time. And I think there was direction at the time to get the trustees and advisors to provide advice around what are the options, how do these policies work and other, for other funds, and then bring that advice back to you. So it was really a request from the council to get advice from the trustees. It's not something that the trustees have initiated from their end.
Okay, I'm probably being over cautious on that one. Thank you. That's good. I'll make a comment too when ready, Chair.
Thank you, councillor. Next question I have is Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to the team on this. Just wanting to check something. So to Councillor Darby's comment, I feel like the resolution was something like maintain or increase over the term. So I'm assuming that 2% we're taking out is about maintaining the real value, and then, of course, we'd like to increase it. But because the point was to get council revenue, the revenue doesn't dramatically increase it as much as maybe a growth fund would rather than a dividend fund. Is that what?
That's correct. The wording is to maintain and protect the capital. And you're right, the assumption was that if the return of the fund is expected to be 7.24%, and if the requirement for distribution is 5.24%, you're left with 2%, which is roughly the average inflation. So the idea that's why it's to protect and to maintain.
Cool, thank you. And so did you say that if we sold it today versus when we did in December, we would have been $60 million worse off? Would you say 16 or 60?
It's 67.74 million as of right now.
Okay. And the additional, so we got the additional 30 because we thought we would sell at a lower price, but we sold at a higher price. But also, how much did we end up? We budgeted about 10 or 12 million for what we thought would take to sell, like the share broker fees, I guess, but we didn't have to spend any money on. Sorry.
Yes, sorry, Councillor. The fees were, or the 808 was net of everything. So that's what we received. And yeah, we didn't pay any fees on that. That's correct.
Okay, so those fees just went into the fund instead of being paid to someone, share brokers.
Yeah, there were no broker fees, but there were some advisory and legal fees. That was $350,000.
Right, but the 12 million never got spent that we budgeted.
Yes, about 13. So, yeah, much.
Okay, and the 38, because we went 6 months early, I work out just on the back of the envelope, is that about double what we would have got if we just continued with the airport dividends?
If the airport dividend, the dividend they announced in March would have given us 10.2 million. So here we're getting 38 million.
Okay, so we received 4 times what we would have if we'd still had the airport shares.
Nearly, yeah.
In that 6 month period.
That's correct. From December onwards, yeah.
Okay, and that's just okay. So at the moment they're still on the term deposits to get that obviously increased value, dividend. But our assumption is when it moves to equities, we'll be able to get that money to put back in as well, the 2%.
Yeah. The idea is that once the managers are appointed, they will the funds, which is 1.3 billion, will be distributed to the fund managers to invest. And yeah, the expectation is that they will deliver on the 7.24% return, because that's they'll be signing up to that when they're appointed.
Okay, but we'll stay in the term deposits until we have that. So it's still protected until then.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ferry, are you all good to go now?
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much for your patience there. So my question is kind of an admin-y question, so it might be more for the Chief Executive. So I would have expected that now that we've got through sort of the establishment and all of that kind of stuff, that this is now coming to CCO committee. So is that the intention from now on? that it come to CCO oversight alongside the other CCOs. Obviously, transport goes to a specific committee for itself, but yeah, is that going to be the practice from here?
Funnily enough, the Deputy Mayor just asked me that question. I'll get Sarah to comment, but the fact that it's a governing body was a direct consequence of commitments made at the time of the decisions, and my view is that it needs to transition to other appropriate committees. It is a CCO, but Sarah?
Yeah, I'd just echo that, Phil. So I think it was considered that given this is the first full year statement of intent for the Future Fund, and the need for all councillors to be across this, not just in a subcommittee, that it would come to this forum, noting obviously the importance of the statement of intent relative to the local bill, which our lead engagement on that is through Councillor Fletcher as well. So,
and I'm not a member of the CCO committee, but I attend whenever I can.
Yeah, so I mean, there is, I think we'd all agree, there's broad interest, and that was the logic behind it being a governing body. I just note that as we approach October, there will be a review, if you like, of the committee structure as we start the new term. So we're in for a reset anyway, perhaps, question mark.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I think it probably is time for it to transition, noting I'm not on that committee either, but I also attend whenever I can, and it is open to all councillors to attend. I agree that having some GB oversight up until this point has, I think, been helpful, but yeah, we'll see where that goes next. Thank you.
I hate doing this, but I would say regardless of who the mayor is and who's back, this is something you're committing to, is that right, Mr. Chief Executive, to get the terms of reference for any new committees sort of prepared in advance?
Well, we will prepare some advice. It is the mayor's prerogative as to the committee structure, as most of you will know, but we'll prepare some advice. I'm getting out of turn here, but I do believe there are some opportunities to streamline the committee structure and the way your meeting schedule operates, but I'll leave it there for another day.
Cool, thank you. Councillor Darby, you've got some more questions.
Yeah, sorry,
I think
Chair.
quite the opposite, Councillor Williamson, but that's another story.
I had this one written down, but I overlooked it. I'm just looking at the gross return, net return, real growth of the fund, and those measures. They all note that they're at risk for the year-to-date projected. Is that related to the lateness in investing the proceeds of the airport sale? Largely?
It's more to do with the volatility in markets and the expectation on returns. So the expectation that the fund would be able to generate the 7.4%, and the timing of the investment also comes into play. But in reality, just the volatility in markets would have put that at risk anyway.
Sorry, you're putting weight on the volatility of the markets.
Yes, it's just what has happened in the last few months, I guess, has created some volatility in markets anyway. So there are two things: the timing. If they had invested the money, who knows, what they would have invested it in, and what the returns would have been. But one thing we know is that over the last few months, there's been quite a bit of volatility in markets. From at the start of this year, so that also would have put the return requirements or return expectations at risk.
But is it not more of a case that the trustees aren't even in a position to invest in equities globally? They're not even in a position to do that because they don't have a manager.
That's correct.
That's the main thing. Is that not the main thing that's contributing to that risk?
Yeah, to some extent, that's correct.
Not the volatility of the markets, because you can't access the markets because you don't have a manager.
That's correct. They don't have managers right now, but the markets also would have, even if they had it, sorry, what I'm trying to say is that even if they had it, that would have been at risk. the returns would have been at risk.
Yeah, I don't quite get that. I mean, the NASDAQ has gone up in the last month. The NASDAQ has gone up 10%. The Dow Jones has gone up 6%. The FTSE has gone up 6%. And volatility is something that investment managers thrive on. That's where they win.
Council, if I just can add one thing else. So we looked at if they would invest in a diversified portfolio like the MSCI index, and you look at that, that's about 1%. So the increase is marginal, is what we are, it would have been. It's hard to know because they haven't invested the funds, but given what we've seen in markets, it would be marginal.
Thank you. Councillor Watson, you're next.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, just trying to follow, not being a big investor myself, just trying to follow all the various comparisons to, to the airport shares in this new future fund, especially in, the light of the commentary at the time by number of market brokers that their airport shares were in quote unquote a rare high quality infrastructure business. But I do want to just zero in on some specifics here, because when that first 7% parcel of shares went, there was comparison in the years from 2011 to 2019 that showed that airport shareholder returns had gone from roughly about 70 million in 2011 to 2.471 billion in 2019. So that was an increase of 2.4 billion in shareholder returns for Auckland Council, made up of capital growth and dividends. So my question at the end of all that is, does this future fund then, is it going to have that same sort of phenomenal capital growth if we're not just talking about dividends? Because the big increase in the airport shares at that time was in that capital growth as well as the dividend. So how does capital growth apply to the portfolio in the future fund?
Councillor, I cannot predict what what markets would do. So I guess I'm not in a position to say what, in the future what the balance might look like. But one thing, the fund is forecast to generate a return of 7.24%, and the global investment managers that that the fund is looking to appoint will be signing up to that mandate. So that's the expectation of the fund. And I'm sorry, I don't have a...
That's okay. I appreciate the explanation, but I guess the point I'm just trying to make is that given whatever the nature of a fund might be, and certainly in the case of the airport shares, there are some that have a much stronger capital growth, don't they, as opposed to just a dividend return?
That's correct. The one thing I'd add is that as a shareholder, our intention was not to sell the shares, so therefore we were dependent on the dividend return from the airport. So that's what we realized on a year-to-year, on an ongoing year-by-year basis to some extent. And the fund is expected to deliver a 5% return, which is a much higher yield than the airport currently does.
Okay, thank you.
Right, any more questions? I think that it. Councillor Filipaina.
Sorry,
Councillor.
Deputy Mayor. Look, I don't know much about finance, but my question is, with the dividend that was going to be paid out, this will be my last question around airport shares, but with the dividend that got paid out on the 4th of April this year of 6.25 cents, and with all the shares that we had, what would our dividend have been? I don't know how to calculate it.
It would have been 10,201,965.38. It would have been $10,201,965.38 to be exact.
So our dividend, we would have received
10 million.
10 million.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. well, we ended up getting the 31 extra because of the $8.08 when we sold them all. But I mean, if it wasn't for that, we wouldn't have got the 38 that we are going to get in June. That's really the crux of it. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lee.
Just to go back to those questions, and I may have, excuse me if I've missed anything. The council's prediction of the commercial value of the shareholding was lowballed somewhat. So the value exceeded that calculation by 31 million. Is that right?
I believe the price in the LTP was the price at that time when the LTP was set. So it was the market price at the time. I think that's what was used. And Michael might be able to give a better idea, but my understanding is the price at the time was when the LTP was set.
Sure. So that's interesting. So in terms of what it's actually earning now, just about a year on, I guess, since, well, first part of a year since the final tranche was sold. How much is that again? We're earning from what we have now. The proceeds from that last sale. What are we earning from the future fund?
So the proceeds from the sale was 1.318 billion, and the up to 31 March, those returned 4.37%.
No, but that's fine. I'm just looking for the money. How much money are we earning from the cashed up airport shares?
17.7 million as of 31 March 25.
Okay, you see, had we kept the shares, even at a very conservative dividend, I think we would have got 33 million over those 2 years, but I suspect that's a little bit low. In terms, just saying, in terms of the global investment manager, is that a full-time appointment, or how's that work?
So there'll be investment managers who manage other portfolios as well. So we're looking at the likes.
Sort of like a consultant contractor.
Yeah, so there'll be, like Goldman Sachs are one of the huge global investment managers that manage billions of dollars across the world.
So the directors as appointed for their expertise in these matters, they're not making those calls, they just tuck the money into the bank. Is that right? Is that the way it works?
Councillor, until they appoint the managers, they have the money is in diversified bank accounts. Once they appoint the managers, the funds will be transferred to the investment manager to manage. Given the significance of, or the importance of those managers and what they're expected to do, it's taken time, but that's because they're trying to find the right managers, what they feel are the right managers to manage this significant amount of money for council.
So we're paying for the directors, I mentioned some staff, and we're paying for a global investment manager. What is the annual overheads for that likely to be then, this organisation? We've heard talk of half a million a year, is that?
As per the policy, Councillor, the fund is expected to return 7.64%, and there's 40 basis points for fees, and so the net return is expected to be 7.24% from the funds, and that is in the Auckland Council Future Fund policy and reflected in the establishment documents.
Previously, when our money was invested, and I'm using the term for the first time, I think, correctly in today's agenda, invested in the airport, we didn't actually have to worry about overhead so much. Is that be right?
We were passive owner of the airport shares, councillor, so you're right, there was no fees paid.
Is it conceivable that this global investment manager, and obviously the title suggests that this person will be looking all around the world for good and sound investments, and also at the same time ethical investments, no cluster bombs or anything like that, weapons, military industrial complex, who knows. But would it be conceivable that the global investment manager, looking closer to home and looking for a safe investment, blue chip, may actually invest in Auckland International Airport Limited? Would that be possible? Would this person, and maybe a she, would they be allowed to do that?
They can, under their mandate and under the SIPO that will be agreed between the directors and the manager, they could invest in such assets, yes.
Thank you.
Could I just clarify too that the investment manager will be appointing a company rather than, it's not an individual person, we're not hiring someone, it's a company that we're appointing.
Right, are there any more questions? I'll ask you then to step back. Thank you very much for your content.
Oh, Madam Chair, I just had a question of clarification I did write in the chat.
Sorry. Okay, sorry, I can't see the chat from where I am, so you go.
Oh, it was just the question, and I just wanted it on the record. The 31 million is not made up. It doesn't make up the 38 million. The 31 million increased the value of what's in the fund, but that only benefited us by a couple million of returns. But the 38 million is the percentage return from the overall 1.31 billion, isn't it?
That's correct. Otherwise, we would have received 34 million of dividend. Because the opening number was bigger, we are going to get 38 million now.
So the 31 million additional that we got just helped get us slightly more, 4 million more in dividends, which is great. But we are $28 million better off than if the airport dividend of the same 6 months.
Correct.
That's correct.
It's almost, we received almost 4 times the income than we would have if we just had the shares.
Correct.
It has nothing to do with that 31 million. Can I just check?
Yeah, we're talking about a long-term future fund, and airport investments are long-term future, which is why people paid so handsomely, and we got the.
I didn't ask you, Councillor Lee. So could I just have that repeated again?
Councillor Lee,
the point of this.
Councillor Lee, shush. Is it one question at a time? If you want to ask another question, that's fine. But Councillor Hills, do you want to?
No, I'm just wanting it on the record that the 31 million is related to additional money that's gone into the fund, not come out of the fund. And the 38 million is a percentage of the overall return.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Yeah, and it's almost 4 times what we would have earned if it was airport shares.
Correct.
Thanks.
Right, thank you, staff. Councillor Lee, do you have another question?
I've got a question, in that I think for those who haven't been following this as closely as myself, there is a misunderstanding about the sequencing of what is taking place and the timing of the global investment manager we've had a bit of a chat about, but the timing around the shares being on term deposit and what then might likely be going to happen. So I just think it would be helpful for the record that one of you, run through the sequence of what has occurred to date, and the expectation that by the end of June, the Global Investment Manager will be in place, and what might likely take place going forward, at which time things will probably revert back to a CCO committee. But could you just, Megan, run through, or Andrew, what has occurred? And also, you might reflect on how much careful timing went into the sale of those shares, because the shares had been nothing like that value, leading right up until the weekend that they were sold.
Yes, I think the initial plan was that the investment manager was going to be appointed, and then the shares were going to be sold. That by having the shares, selling the shares before the investment manager was appointed, the market wasn't expecting the directors to sell the shares. It caught the market off guard, and arguably that was what increased the share price over those last few months. So it was a strategic decision for them to say, we want to catch the market off guard, sold it for a higher price, and now they're taking the time. They've had meetings overseas on their own pocket, their own dime, with overseas investment managers, getting a really big base. I think there were 21 people or companies that responded to the RFP. They've had rounds of meetings going through it, analysing them, coming up with a short list, meeting with them. They've had another 2 rounds of different communications and meetings and tasks to make sure that they're making the right appointment. It's a long-term appointment. It's not going to be reviewed in a year or 2 years. This is something that, we're looking like with the future fund. It's long-term, so they want to make this really sure, because it will make a huge impact on the success of the fund, making sure we've got the right people managing this for us.
I think that's very helpful, Madam Chair. So thank you for that explanation, which I hope can give some measure of comfort to those councillors who have perhaps felt uncomfortable.
Thank you, Sarah, Megan and Andrew. I invite you now to step back and I'll open for comments. And probably what I will say very succinctly is, at the end of the day, we are going to get 38 million in June, when if we didn't have this fund, we would have got 10 million. But I'll hand over now to Chris Darby, Councillor Darby, for comment as well. Thank you.
Yeah, just brief. Look, I support the establishment of this fund. I think it's a good move. I want to express some caution though. It was set up a long time ago now, and the airport holding was, I think it was early December it was disposed of, and the intention was to ultimately create a diversified investment fund. So here we are, coming up 7 months since disposal. We do not have a diversified fund. It is in cash, and it is low yield cash. And the expectation is that long-term projected return is 7.64. We're getting behind on that. Now, I know that's a long term, it's not an annual, it's not just this year, but it's really hard now to achieve 7.64%, probably within the next 2 years, because the Global Investment Manager has not been appointed and is not in the seat to start acquiring, disposing. It's not just about acquiring, it's about actively being in the market, capitalising on the market conditions. And as I pointed out earlier, the market has been very volatile. Global investment managers or investment managers locally, Australia, wherever, they absolutely love the environment of a volatile market. That's where the smart ones really shine through, and hopefully we have one or two that shine for us on this. But, there has been opportunity galore in the last 6 weeks to make and lose money in equities. And as I said earlier, the NASDAQ is up. I think it's just a fraction under 10% in the last month, and other markets are up as well. could be different tomorrow. But I am mindful of the statements in the paper there that actually show those, gross and net returns and real growth of the fund. Those measures are at risk on the year to date. I think that might extend if we don't start, diversifying out of cash as it's held at the moment. Now, many of us might think that cash is secure, but it's actually really low yield. That is not what is going to really grow the asset base of that fund. So I'm taking some responsibility here and being one of the councillors who did support the disposal of the shares and the establishment of the fund, but I did think we'd be in a better position at the moment. I thought we would have had at least some of that cash in a diversified portfolio, maybe not all of it, because you're not going to go and spend it all on day one. You take your time, but it does worry me a little bit that we're getting behind, and that 7.64 is becoming a much harder target. So, watching brief.
Yep, fair call. Now, sadly, I have to move an extension of time. Councillor Fletcher will second. All those in favour say aye, against carried. No. That's why I said it quickly. All right, okay. Having moved successfully the extension of time, I will move to Councillor Filipaina for a comment. Sorry, Councillor.
No, that's all right, Chair. Look, I just want it recorded that I know that there was an extra $31 million that's recorded. I also know that as a result of that extra 31 million, there's 38 million coming through on the 30th of June. If it wasn't for that 31 million, that price, and I'm not subtracting 31 from 38 to have 7, because that's been explained, but I want it recorded. If it wasn't for that 31, our money that we were getting on the 30th of June would not be the 38 that we're currently getting. I also want to make sure, and it gets recorded, that this Auckland Future Fund is a long-term fund, very similar to the airport shares. We no longer have those, and as I've said previously, other committee meetings, it is what it is. But for me, if it's a long-term, I'll be interested in the next few years to see what the sale price is, and as I said earlier, it was 766 currently, and in April of 2025 was 6.25 cents. So look, I just look forward to getting the money, because that's exactly what was promised around the fund. And Councillor Darby, I agree, and look forward to sort of just making sure there's some checks and balances in regards to the future fund. So I will be supporting it, but I just wanted it recorded in regards to that. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you. Councillor Fletcher?
Oh, thank you. I've taken on board all of the points that have been made today, but can I just remind you that the legislation is working its way through. It's important for the integrity of this fund for the future that everything is done with due process. And I think ultimately the test is going to be, in a year or two's time, for us to look back and look at the quality of the returns and the investments that have been made. So we can debate it until the cows come home in terms of what we would do with the money if it were ours individually. But we have got 3 of the smartest, brightest directors working on our behalf who are acting in a particularly careful manner and are very mindful of the need to grow that fund and are confident that they will deliver. And again, I'd like to thank staff. It's not easy starting something up from scratch, and I think we've seen a good example of care with the funds, with decisions that have been taken. It's been that there haven't been any flagstaffs in this particular situation. It's been done very, very carefully, and I just commend it to you and hope that you can support it. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. On that note, it's been moved and seconded. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillors, we've been all over the page today, and so we are now moving to item 14. All right, item 14, and I will hopefully see Nick. Here he is. Yep, Nick and Marina. No, Nick by himself.
Tēnā tātou te whānau. Hey, it's been a long day, so I'll try and keep this brief. I'll take the paper as read, but I did want to just point out a few things. The first one is that the funding asked for is within the LTP envelope and also does not represent an increase. In fact, there hasn't been an increase to the Haukura's budget now since 2023. And from what I've seen over the last 5 years, they've also been able to remain favourable during that time, so contributing to some savings. So that's a really good news story. You will notice some sort of shifts around in some of the funding that's been allocated. One is there on the remuneration. So an independent audit was undertaken and there's a slight increase in the remuneration, but again, they've been able to balance that without throughout their budget. And the final point I would like to make is that the SLA, the Service Level Agreement, takes into regard the draft work plan, some of the shifts that we have made to the Auckland Council Group, as well as He Whenua Makoto, which of course is the issues of significance, and that there is the statutory document that that leads all of the work that Haukura undertakes. So they're responding to that, and I will leave it at that.
Thank you very much. I'll open first to questions. Councillor Williamson.
Yeah, look, it could easily be here somewhere, and I'm just missing it. Under salaries, you've got 1.479, and under expenses, 75,000. Do you publish, like you do for all councillors, what the base salary for a member of Haukura is, and what you get if you're a deputy chair, and what you get if you're a chair, like we do for all of our salaries?
So yeah, I'm just being new to this role. I'm not 100% sure of the actual how that happens. But what I would say is that I do understand that they are roughly 70% of what a councillor is paid, and that there is.
Yeah, but I haven't. I've looked it up and I can't see where it is.
We'll provide that information back to you.
Okay. I just think it's the transparency. Everybody knows what a chair of a cow gets and what a chair of whatever the committee gets or a deputy chair gets for us. And I just think it should be something we know for every member of IMSB, what their level is and what they'd get if they're the chair or the deputy chair and so
on. Nick, could you just come back to us? Maybe you just sent an email when you got that information. Thank you. Councillor Darby, a question from you.
Kia ora, Nick. Thank you. A question I raised, actually, first of all, just in terms of the other support the council offers, which is not quantified here in terms of dollar terms, is work done through group shared services. Does it also include the property leasing costs, or is that within the budget?
Yes, the property leasing costs are in the budget. So I do understand that lease is up for renewal next year, and through the course of this year we'll be having discussions with the Secretariat around how that has progressed.
Okay, now, I remember asking this question last year, and I was told, and I don't think it was you, Nick, that was responding. You weren't in that position then. I was told that the property lease was expiring this year. Now, my understanding is it's pretty high-end office space. And I say this as a strong supporter of the importance of Haukura, but I also asked this question, asked it then and ask it again now, about the property that they are occupying and when they might vacate that to premises that are maybe more budget friendly. So you're saying that the lease now on that property expires this year or next year?
So I asked a specific question because I knew that it might come up, and I recollect this being an issue of importance to people. So as I understand it, the lease expires 30th of June 2026. So at the end of this financial year, that's when it will expire.
Okay. And is there an expectation that council's property people will be supporting Hokura to identify appropriate property at an appropriate rental point for new premises leading into the expiry of that lease?
Yeah, just recognising, of course, the independent nature of that statutory board, and they do make those decisions. But yeah, we will work with them over the course of this year to negotiate on that particular point around the lease.
Okay, thank you, Nick.
Thank you, councillor. Good question, good answer. Councillor Leone, did you have a question?
Yeah, my question was, I know you just made the comment that their remuneration is actually a lot lower than us, but obviously the expectation is that they're doing 40 hours a week in their role. I mean, have they not fed back anything about the discrepancy on that?
Not through this process of approving this, no, but it did go through an independent auditor that came up with that figure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Williamson.
I guess mine's a supplementary to what Councillor Darby was saying. You say because they're really incredibly expensive buildings down in that part of the viaduct, they really are. And I'm also told that we've got quite a lot of space that council still has ownership of that is office space we could use. So I'm really keen to follow through on the ability for them to make that decision. Your answer was, well, they're independent. But if they're independent, then they're asking us for funding, and you're saying that we may not be able to control whether we have a say over the level of digs that they're able to have.
So the first part of my question was that the lease expires in 2026, and that we will
June 26.
go as part of this process, enter into discussions with them about that. And just noting, of course, that they are an independent statutory board. That doesn't necessarily mean that it makes up the entirety of our decision-making process, but just taking that into regard.
That's what I'm trying to dig into. We're approving them a budget here, but they could easily find really, really economically valued bit of office space, or they could go for the very high end of town, or even renew the one they've got on the 30th of June 26. We don't have any ability to stop that. You said, they'll be involved in talks, but I don't live with people in talks, because that goes on all the time, and then a decision gets made that we had no say in. I'm just concerned that when ratepayers say to us, why are these people based in one of the most expensive pieces of property in town, and you're funding them, I want to know, have we had any ability to say, hey, you need to be finding something comparable to what we've got at 135 or equivalent?
Kia ora through the chair. Councillor Williamson, we've had these conversations before. So I am not actually sure of the decision making like you're asking, whether that is fully or partly our decision or fully or partly the Hokura. I am very happy to get that information to give it to you.
Please do.
Given we have a year or less
Sure,
than that,
sure.
Going into that next
I guess, Megan, the
negotiation.
only thing
So
I'll
I know
make
what
sure
you're
is
saying.
that they don't go ahead early and say, let's just renew it out to 2030 or something, and then we get told, sorry, it's already done.
Yeah, get it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we've cleared that one up. No further questions. I'll ask you then to step back. Thank you very much. And I'll open for comments. Any comments? It's been moved and seconded. Is that a hand up? No, it's a scratch of the head. Oh. Right? Okay. I'll then take it to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Right. Item 15, allocation of decision-making responsibilities for council-controlled organisations' activities coming in-house. I've got John and Shirley. That's definitely not John and Shirley. It's John and Alistair. You'll be pleased I knew the difference. Right. Who's going to lead off? John, is that you? Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Kia ora, members. Would you like me to give a brief summary of where this is at, Chair?
Please.
Kia ora. So the report is basically putting forward some recommendations for you to allocate decisions that are currently made by the Eki Panuku Board, and in the case of Tataki Auckland Unlimited, the economic development decisions made by that board to either the governing body or local boards. The process for that is outlined in the report through the Auckland Council legislation, and these decisions relate to urban regeneration, economic development, and some property and marina matters. The main point, I guess, Chair, apart from the core content of the report, is that we have been around 21 local boards and we have resolutions from all the local boards. The majority of boards that have responded to the actual allocations are in support of those. Other boards have more tended to resolve on site-specific matters from the area or made pleas for additional support and advice to enable the new decision-making powers that they've got to be implemented. The only board that made any substantive opposition to the core changes is Waiheke, and their concerns are really related to the particularities of that community, some much wider matters that they would like additional authority to address, and those are being addressed through the Joint Governance Working Party in the coming meeting in July. So, Chair, that's pretty much where we're at on it. Kia ora.
Thank you, John. Al, do you want to add anything else?
Just briefly, the allocation decision making that we're asking you to approve basically follows through on the direction that the organisation received at the beginning of the annual plan process. We're looking at increasing local decision making and better decision making for council.
Okay, thanks. I'll open for questions. First question is, when the local boards say they want more support, what exactly do they mean by that?
Thanks, Chair. It's particularly around advice. So this follows a pattern where local boards have wanted to do a number of things, some of which are directly related to these changes, particularly around the property area, and for a variety of reasons haven't been able to access the advice that they need. So it's primarily around advice.
So supplementary to that, and so should we pass these recommendations, will that advice be forthcoming?
So, Chair, in the report you'll see that there's a variety of pieces of work underway to advance the advice issue around these particular matters, and some broader advice pieces that we're working through with the local board chairs at the moment. So we have said that the coming financial year is a transition year. We've got a number of structural changes around property, urban development and economic development that need to bed in. So our expectation is that as staff start to engage, in particular with local boards, the discussions around advice and support will come up and be addressed as part of that.
Okay, thank you. I've got a question from Councillor Ferry.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My question sort of follows on from yours, really. So some of that, at least, extra support around advice is going to fall with the more empowered local boards piece of work. Is that correct, John?
Correct, yes.
Yeah, and so that's something that is coming to the Joint Governance Working Party on a regular basis as it sort of winds its way through, with recommendations going to parts of the council to respond to and back and forth and so on. Is that how that's happening?
Yeah, thanks. Through the Chair, yes, the Working Party, Joint Governance Working Party has worked through the more empowered approach for a number of months now, and ongoing advice is being prepared for that. As I said just briefly before with the Chairs Forum, so obviously there is discussion around the recent cost pressure issue, and that has raised the question of advice, and linked to that is the wider advice, not only about cost pressures but the wider context here. So, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And has there been some consideration of what's going to happen for priority locations where there might be an impact on two local boards? I'm particularly thinking of Maungawhau, which is in one local board area, but very, very close to the boundary of another, and it has impacts across both of those. Is there any consideration yet for how that will be sort of worked through, or are we just going to sort of see how that goes?
Through the chair, there is an implementation work stream stood up that's going to look into these questions. I mean, our expectation is that as staff come to local boards to update them on the programs that are in their area or close to the area, there will be some collaboration and cooperation involved in that, but the detail is still being finalised.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Turner, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Look, I've got some of the stuff. This item was huge too, and I just wanted to understand. In the attachments, there was pages and pages with some strikeouts and changes. I'm on the right subject matter here, aren't I?
Yes, correct.
Yes. So I just some of it looked quite innocuous. Like there's one here just says proposed minor addition, move, deleted paragraph to the end of the allocation table. But that reads, the governing body and local boards have, I can hardly see it, have also made a general delegation of all their responsibilities, duties, etc., to the chief executive under financial limits. You know, when we're talking about empowering local boards, I was going through all this stuff and saw these strikeouts, and you get something like that. How are we empowering? What's the relevance of this here to the comments that is in the long-term plan at the moment that we're heading towards an empowerment of local boards?
Kia ora, through the chair. So that particular reference, councillor, you'll see there that the editor's moving the struck out paragraph to the end of the document, so it's not being removed, it's just being moved. And this is an example of a minor edit where we've rearranged the places of some of those things for clarity. But to your wider point about more empowered local boards, I think it's fair to say that the process by which we are recommending allocation of a number of decisions on these programs to local boards is a reflection of the more empowered approach. And I guess the wider discussion, councillor, on advice and support is the area that there have been gaps and concerns expressed about before to actually enable local boards to implement those wider powers that they have.
Okay, I've just learnt the importance of that word delegation over the years, and I look at this clause, I understood it was moving to the end of all this, but I'd gone through all these pages of stuff and then thought, good heavens, a simple clause like that makes the rest of it irrelevant. Am I grossly misled saying that?
As I said, councillor, we're moving it to the end. It doesn't, from staff perspective, alter the implications and the importance of that item.
So the implications have been that I'm correct. Ever since we've been talking this stuff, ever since that clause has been in here, in reality, we have a little paragraph there that allows staff and the chief executive to just manage everything as they want. Like where the governing, the governing body and local boards have also made a general delegation of all their responsibilities, duties, and powers to the bureaucrats. Is that the right way to read it?
I don't think so,
councillor. I see learned legal counsel coming to the table, so I might get her to explain it.
Thank you, Councillor Turner, for that question. So that particular note at the end of the allocation table that is not a delegation to staff. That is just there as an explanation. That delegation already exists. So back in 2011, governing body made a general delegation to the chief executive, and that provides the authority to staff to do everything that staff do every day in their jobs. And that note in the allocation table is just an explanation of that. What we're talking about in this report is the allocation of decision-making responsibility in a governance sense as between governing body and local boards.
Yes, I understand all that. I just suppose I was struck by what I saw as the sweeping powers, or the fact that that seemed in layman's terms to have taken away everything else we were talking about. Last question, do we review that at any time? You said it was put in place not so long ago. Are we going to have another look at it sometime and see if we want to change the wording and limit its extent?
So there, I think the last time it was reviewed was in 2015, I think, when the financial limit on that delegation was changed. But there are a number of limits that apply, and those are set out in the Chief Executive's delegation register. And I'm happy to speak to you offline with further information about that if that's helpful.
Yeah, thank you. Love to learn that stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. John, I've got a question from my local board, and they were questioning the marina bit. They've asked if, where it talks about marina management, is that governance over council-owned marinas or governance extended to council, and does not include governance extended to council-controlled land that may provide access to private marinas? Can you just clarify whether it is council marinas, and if it's council land and private marinas, does that stay with local boards or stay with governing body?
So thanks, Chair. The proposal here is for all of the actual council-owned or marinas, or where there is a lease, including leases. So that's the three Central City ones, Hobsonville, Gulf Harbour, Half Moon to be governing body. So situation with Orake is neither of those. So yeah, that's the answer.
Great, thank you. Councillor Darby.
Thanks, team. Just question for you, Megan. I'm not sure whether they do need changing, but the terms of reference for the various committees, considering democratic accountability was one of the big so-called drivers for this, and there's responsibilities coming into the governing body as a whole, of course, one would expect that policy and planning and maybe another committee would get bits and bobs here. Are the terms of reference in need of updating, or can they accommodate the landing of these new responsibilities? And when would we, if they do need updating, when would we know, what parts of Eke Panuku's work land where, etc.?
I was just going to give a general response around, under normal circumstances, every 3 years, so after an election, the mayor will usually suggest and put forward to the new governing body the committee structure, how many they are, what they deal with, and all the terms of reference that go under that. So there will clearly and definitely be one in, 6 months, 5 months' time, post-October. We do have the opportunity, though, to make changes as needed, and of course, in this term, about 18 months in or so, there were some changes to committee structure and delegations as well. So there is an opportunity over time between those 3 years to make changes. I'm just looking to John and Alistair as to whether there are any particular changes required to any governing body terms of reference as part of this.
I don't think so, through the chair, that existing delegations would cover the activities, that instead of going to the board of, say, Eke Panuku, though, they would slot into probably policy and planning, and oversight of performance would sit with the governing body.
So something like regional, regen, program, that would fall into the Policy and Planning Committee.
Different aspects, so decisions around which parts of the region that you were looking to potentially add to the program, that would seem to be a classic to sit with policy and planning. Decisions around how much to invest in those activities would sit with the governing body through the usual budgeting processes.
I think it'd be really good to understand how it does land in the governance space, because this was the premise, remember? This is all about democratic accountability. And if we don't understand how it lands here, where you make the decisions, because I currently do not, then we're in lots of hoopla on the change and bringing Eke Panuku in, but we don't quite know how it lands for us to exercise governance accountability. And I don't think we can make any assumptions that the terms of reference actually satisfy it. Now, I can understand that going forward there's a review post-election and that's not far away, and in the interim it can be dealt with by the governing body meeting itself. But there is, in my view, a need to address that. Otherwise, it's lip service to democratic accountability.
Through the chair, I'm just having a quick look at the current terms of reference for policy and planning, for example. It does specifically list city centre and waterfront development, regeneration and redevelopment programs. So that particularly is the policy, the setting of direction, all of that kind of thing. The Transport and Infrastructure Committee may also have delegations when it comes to perhaps delivery, if there's any decisions required around delivery of infrastructure. So look, I think that that is clearly captured in the current terms of reference. You make a very good point, and I will work with the team just to ensure that there's nothing significant excluded in that. And clearly, if we do need to make some changes, we would need to work through the Mayor's office. But at this stage, it looks as though it's covered from my perspective.
Okay, and that's because I'm asking the question, and we're being I would appreciate it if we knew this as we embarked on it. That's what I'm just highlighting, say, regeneration as an example, Chair, and I won't labour this, Chair, I'll wrap it up. But if you look at economic development, where does that sit now? I don't want to see a situation where disparate parts of an entity, Eke Panuku, come in and then there's a bit here and a bit here, and a Tātaki is a bit here and a bit here, you know, in terms of economic development. Then there needs to be an understanding how it lands for decision making. That's the point I'm making, and I'm not confident that we've actually canvassed that. We're reacting to it.
I understand your point. Thank you.
I think
we'll
through the chair, the current committee structure, you know, the policy decisions about what you want the organisation to achieve happen in policy and planning, and the funding and performance monitoring happen in the governing body, and that would apply to the new functions coming in.
Thanks all.
Councillor Hills.
Oh no, it was more a comment that the not the economic development part, that is an issue, but the others, my understanding, were completely under policy and planning, and we were sadly planning on bringing some of the you know, possible locations and stuff last year, and Councillor Dalton and I were working with Eke Panuku on that, and then it got stalled because of this whole process. So my understanding that all still is very clear under terms of reference. It wasn't a question, it was just a comment, but yeah, funding is obviously not sitting with us.
Okay, I think that's all questions, is that correct? Moved by Councillor Henderson, second by Councillor Leone from the ex-local boards. I'll ask you gentlemen to step back, please. Any comments? Happy to take it to the vote then. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Right, we move now to item 16, summary of governing body committee information and briefings. I'm happy to move. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Fletcher, thank you. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. I now have to move the exclusion of the public for a confidential item. Do I have a seconder? Sharon, thank you. All those in favour say aye. Against, carry.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yes.
Pardon?
Yeah, just to allow the...
Right, I'm just going to allow 5 minutes to clear the room. Is that right? No, what did you want?
Councillor Filippino just wanted to clarify B, which is to allow the public input lady to stay.
Thank you, councillor. Right, 5 minute break, team, and we'll go into confidential. Thank you.